I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh.
Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay. Someone's rocking out. Anyway.
Hell yeah.
Look at this. What a great live tonight. And I want to thank you guys so much for joining tonight. Thank you to Fig, Alexza, to Alex, and to Jason. So, Alexza, just go ahead, start with you, and then to Jason, then to Fig, and then to Alex. And just tell everyone again who you are, what you want to be when you grow up. I don't know.
I'm a crime and intelligence behavioral analyst. And basically what we do is we study crime. We study data, basically to predict future crimes, to profile murderers, killers. I also do graphology and crime scene. And I guess that's about it.
Just that. A lot more than I know.
My name's Jason Slagle. I'm a former law enforcement officer in Virginia and Tennessee. And for 15 years, I'm retired. And was a member of a SWAT team and did some local investigation work as well.
Very nice. I'm Fig. I'm the least skilled person on this panel. And, I'm here to hang. I have no law enforcement experience. Well, I've done some consulting, doing a little bit with law enforcement, but yeah, I do problem solving professionally. So glad to be here.
Thank you. And Alex, who's Alex?
I am a cyber criminal turned game developer, and I help police with cold cases. And what I want to be when I grow up, I want to be the next Walt Disney. That is why I do nicotine like Walt Disney. I'm trying to look like the old Walt Disney. Not the Charlie Chaplin one, the old one. Yeah.
Yeah. And me, I'm just Sonny Justice.
Yeah.
I'm probably, so if Fig thinks that he's nothing, well, then I'm probably below that.
You got skills.
Yeah. Me, I've just always been, for me personally, it's just always, I've been a fixer. I care about people. That's where my strengths are, is in customer service and I just like helping people. Simple as that, really. So that's even what I'm here for 2.5 years later, I guess, and didn't think I would ever be, but it just goes in line with who I am anyway. So there's my biggest skill.
I would say that's probably what we all have in common.
Yes.
Is helping people who seem like they need some help. And I pretty much guarantee that's what we all have in common, and probably what everyone who's watching has in common too.
Absolutely. If we weren't, to me, you shouldn't even be in true crime if you don't care about people. So I think most people are in here for, even if it's, gets a little wonky at whatever at times, even say channels that we disagree with or something like that with their tactics. But at the end of the day, they're in it because they care as well, just maybe on, different spectrum. But other than that, so that's what I like. And you guys know in this channel, you guys got to keep it nice, caring and kind, or you're going to be booted out of here. That's just the way it works on this channel. Simple as that. And that's why I love it, because honestly, we barely have any trolls. There's the odd little one that sneaks its way in sometimes, but that's really about it. Other than that, people are very respectful in this chat, and that's what I really love, is that, that's the way we're going to keep it. Quality versus quantity when it comes to subs. Absolutely. But anyways, that's why I love you guys, just for being those people, that attach to my personal heart because of just your kind, caring hearts. I just like people that are real, keep it real, simple as that. No need to be something you're not, just be yourselves, and and the rest of it just, flows in life, eh? All right. So what do we want to start off with, you think, guys, first? You guys want to go whoever? Does anyone have anything specific that they want to talk about? Ooh, start, yeah. How about the
maybe shall we mention the interview first? I guess I don't know if everybody saw the interview with Carter and Nigel, and I forget the other gentleman's name.
And Nigel.
Nigel.
Hammer.
Yeah. Did you Fig, did you see that one today?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So I'm up to speed now.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I can play it if anyone wants, but I don't. If you guys all seen it, and either way, like I said, it's in the description of this video. I think most people saw it. If not, I will just quickly drop the link on there. So Alexza, what did you think of the interview with Doug Carter?
Well, like I was telling you from when we were behind. I think I enjoyed it pretty much. I have to say, this is like the first time I see Carter being like really relaxed, because usually I feel like he's very tense all the time, and he's always watching what he says, what he does. And I think this is the first time I see him. I think I kind of got the vibe that they knew each other, and maybe they were friends. And yeah, I believe so. So I think it was very nice to see that he wasn't as. I think he talked a little bit more. Usually he has his guard up. Even his body language was completely different. Not to tell you that I told you this is the first time I see him wearing civilian clothes, which I thought he looked very nice too. But I really enjoyed it. I think I got a lot. This is like the first time I get more from his words than his body language. In my opinion,
I did like the questions that I think, I'm not sure which one's Nigel or Hammer, but the guy that was kind of off screen that was talking, I really just like the questions he was actually asking him, and about the two sketches and stuff like that. What did you guys think?
You really messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he was honest, and he kind of said it that they messed up, because he was like he didn't even know what to say.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I just felt like you come out with a sketch for 2 years, and then you totally blow that one out of the water with this young person one that looks absolutely nothing like the first sketch, and then it's like, really, because he looked more like the first sketch, and then he was like, well, I always thought that if well, then why didn't you guys build one like that to show us then?
But I don't know if I understood it wrong, or if this is the way it was, but it kind of sounded like it was a tactic, and I always believed that maybe it was a tactic, kind of like shake things around. That's my opinion. I always believed that, and the way he made it sound today, it's almost like they kind of did it as a tactic, and he was like, well, it was a tactic, it worked. I mean, obviously they have to say that, but who knows?
I thought the first sketch was from 101 Dalmatians, and the second sketch looked like King of the Hill or something. It was crazy. It's like Mike Judge.
Okay, so Fig, what are your thoughts on that, about the sketches as well? Like, I don't think it was a tactic personally.
So I know they're working with GBI 2018. Then when that 2019 press conference comes out, they're totally talking to a profile. It's FBI Talk 101 the way. So it was theatrics, the whole press conference. And I'm not sure about much in Delphi, but I'm sure about this. So I think what they did a profile, and then this part's speculation, where they looked at all their sketches and they picked the one that looked most likely 18 to 40 years old. So I think that's kind of where they got it. And yeah, I think he was trying to save face in the
that's how I
interview today, but also he's got to protect the witnesses. So he doesn't want to discredit the sketch because maybe he needs that witness to put the timeline together in court. So I think he's being very careful on purpose. And he's also, he leads a lot of people and he doesn't want to throw them under the bus. So he was being careful, but I think he kind of acknowledged that mistakes were made. He said, we'll look back and instead of doing C and D, we should have done A and B. So I think he seemed pretty humble, but that's my thoughts.
Jason, what about you?
I really liked the interview. I thought he was very casual. And, he did say one thing that really struck and really caught my attention was about when he used the word, not everything is solved scientifically. And I thought that really spoke volumes to me, being, former law enforcement, that, great possibility that they really didn't have a whole lot as far as DNA and so on and so forth. I don't know if y'all caught that, but it just really struck me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I caught that too. That was a good highlight.
Yeah, I think probably the one that stuck out to me, and maybe just because of octopus, the tentacle, using the word tentacles.
Yeah. That was crazy.
For some other reason.
Very, very, very complex.
Yeah. I truly believe it is absolutely between CSAM, between Delphi. I believe it's very complex, like he says. And those words, there's all these words that still stick in your head. Like when he said that they'll need 60 to 80 people to go back over, that they'll that a lot of families will be hurt, and stuff like that. I think was it Toad that said, well, I can't remember. But anyways, just those certain things, I believe personally, complex, yes. And do you guys think that there's more to come, more arrests to come in this, or Fig, what do you think?
No. I don't know if there'll be more arrests or not. I mean, it'd be complex because it seems rare. So there's two choices, right? Kegan Kline is involved or he's not involved. So say he's not involved, right? Look at just that scenario. I mean, a serial killer doesn't care how people got to the place where they're going to kill someone. They could get however they wanted. Their parents dropped them off, if someone catfished them there, right? But if you look statistically, what are the chances someone's getting catfished and they have nothing to do with their murder? That seems rare, but I mean, that could be complex. Like they're thinking, what are the odds that they're getting catfished? They show up here. That's one crime. For someone else, not mutually exclusive, to come and kill these two girls. That's crazy. I mean, they've been going down the CSAM angle, the Wabash River search, right there. They put a lot of resources into the Klines. A lot of things that they're doing into the Klines. So I think this kind of caught them by surprise, and it's interesting that it wasn't DNA. So what connected it all? There's still lots of questions.
Mm-hmm. What about that? What about the that report by Wish TV about the police source and saying that they didn't find anything in the search and that it is connected, Wabash is connected to Delphi. And then, of course, they asked him about that on Hammer and Nigel there as well. And because there's leaks everywhere. You just know it, right? Whether it's for the good or for the bad, I don't know. Selfish motives say thank you, but as at the end of the day, for me, it's still about the case, like just justice for Abby and Libby. But I mean, loose lips sink ship. We always know that. Whether they get caught or not is a different story. But I can't say that. Always, I think all of us, maybe that little part of us going, oh, because it just gave you more to try to find along the way before this arrest even happened. It was just kind of like little tidbits. So anyway, what do you think about the Wish TV source and about not finding anything at Wabash.
I personally, I don't believe it. I think they're saying that, but I kind of have a feeling that they probably found something. I am pretty sure they probably found something. And maybe they're not saying it for whatever reasons. They want to keep it tight, whatever. But I remember seeing, obviously the tags don't mean anything. It's to the forensic. But I remember seeing red flags.
Yeah.
And
markers.
we all know the red flags usually is when at the river, the Wabash. So I do believe they found something. They put it on the wraps. But I personally don't believe that they didn't find anything. But I could be wrong.
Damn.
What do you think, Vic?
Yeah, I think they found something, but when maybe when they went to analyze it, that it wasn't as good as they thought it would be, or they couldn't verify whatever they found. They couldn't make the connection. So, it could have been, they technically found something, but it wasn't what they were hoping for. So who knows when it's this kind of leak source stuff and how it's interpreted. I don't know, but I know me, Alex, and a small team of us have been trying every single which way to connect Richard Allen to the Klines, and I don't want to speak for Alex, but we're coming up blank.
Yeah. There's been interesting stuff that has happened, but nothing too solid yet. It's crazy. It's crazy to say, but the wild card in all this, I know a lot of people here might not like it, but it may be what Gray Hughes, one of his theories where he said that it was like a spider web trap laid, and it's like whoever was there that day got it. But I definitely wouldn't have said that before Allen got caught for sure. But that may be the case. It's like, especially if he had substance issues, you never know. But his online footprint, that's the thing. Like, he knew about 4chan, so he wasn't dumb with the internet, and like editing the Wikipedia page came some way somehow through him, I think, or at least somebody who knew about him. But yeah, it's crazy that like, I have a couple Gmail accounts that I think are his, but nothing definitive, because people have used his same usernames before, like the Rick 2045 stuff, and also Richard Allen's. There's so many like Rick.Allens, Richard M. Allens, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly which one's his, but he wasn't too big on social media for sure at all. And I don't even know if he was that big on social media even before the murders. Yeah. So that might be telling that maybe that is because of previous murder or something, but I don't think so. Okay. Who knows?
Let me ask Jason. Yeah. Jason, what do you think about Wabash River search? Do you think that they yielded anything from that?
Yeah, yes, I absolutely do. And the reason I believe that is because everything's kind of on schedule. You had this big search in the Wabash River, and then you have all this come together so quickly, which sounds very law enforcement to me, at least in my experiences. They found something, and something I think pretty significant, and they followed their leads. I think one of the most important things that they did was go back and reinvestigate it as a cold case. I think that was very important, and I think they just put everything together. I believe they definitely had Richard Allen, unbeknownst to us, for quite some time. That's what it sounds like to me. But yes, I do think they found some items and the red flags, so on and so forth. So yes, I definitely think they found something.
Mm-hmm. I think so too, to be honest. Like, just no other reason for it besides I just believe that they did. they spent 5 weeks there. They had the red markers up and different things. I believe that they did. I had another question. Go ahead.
It's very telling that Carter said he was disappointed in whoever the source was or leaked, because I've heard time and time again people are like, oh, the police are giving us tidbits out there, they're trying to help us along, and I'm like, I don't think so. I think those are people that heard something and just like leaking all they got. Because I will say I have caught like people from ISP saying cryptic stuff on social media sites, and somebody asked me to look into it, and I found the person who worked at whatever department, whether it's ISP or whatever, and then I show the person who asked me to look into it, and they're like, oh, I know that person, what the hell, that's so-and-so's source, my source. And I'm like, damn, dude, like, but they're not, to be honest, they're not really saying a lot of stuff that hasn't already been said or theorized in Reddit or Facebook, so it was nothing too fruitful. But I don't think they're leaking out. It's like a intentional like tactic to leak out stuff to help us or whatever. They do want that thing pretty like secretive and tight-lipped.
It did make me giggle when the guy asked him, and he's like, so do you want people out there helping search for the weapon? No, we're good.
Yeah,
that kind of made me giggle when he said that on there. If you guys could smash that like button out there, there's 291 people in here. If you guys could do that for us, that would be great. Just a reminder here too, when I drop the bio link, it means you can follow on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can go to my meme page if you like. That one's fun. I like doing that one. That one makes me happy. Instead of like the sad stuff. I was like a chicken nugget on a fry the other day. But anyways, Fig Solves has a channel, and Fig, you have your moderator rights in here as well, right? Just to double check.
Yep.
Because sometimes it drops them, and like when
I'll
YouTube
kick you out if I need to.
I'm ready for the abuse. Don't get me wrong. No. Just
yeah.
Do you know? Can I say something now that I just said that, because it reminded me of a spanking, which reminded me of a paddle, which reminded me of a spoon at the crime scene. At least the crime scene pictures that I looked at, you can literally see a frigging ladle spoon, like a ladle spoon. You could, like those Lagasti or Lagostino kitchenware. I showed it to Jason last night, actually. And it's literally like this long spoon. And I'm like, well, we got a knife, we got a spoon. Like, am I going to find a fork here? Like, seriously, it's a spoon. Like, what would a spoon?
Let me tell you the significance of that. That is the spoon that Richard Allen's father used on him as a child to give him those beatings,
Is that what you think?
I don't know where it came from.
It just reminded me of all of a sudden, it all went there. But I was just going like, I remember showing Devin that in the chat. I'm like, you guys, like, literally, and I'm giving the close up, and I'm like, you can literally make out the handle with the, how Lagostino or whatever it is has it where it's like the silver, but it has like the hole in the middle because it's like the upper class. My twin has that stuff. But anyways, and then you see like the actual spoon, like the actual ladle thing, and like not a ladle like the scooping ladle, or just like a stirring big one, like you know what I'm saying. But anyway, I was just like, what? I can hardly wait. I'm sorry guys, but I can hardly wait till the 22nd, because I totally believe that they're going to release the affidavit that day, and we're going to be able to go, okay, now let's try to make sense of what all we're seeing now, and maybe just make some more sense of it. You don't think?
Don't expect too much. I don't think we're gonna get that much. I mean, don't expect like we're gonna know everything.
No, I'm not expecting that, but I expect that something is better than nothing, and we're gonna get something.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, I'll take a little. As for Alex and Fig there too, and I'll agree here. I honestly, I give Richard Allen about maybe a half an hour of my time each day. I couldn't be asked to keep digging when I know that the affidavit's going to be opened up. I keep looking, but because he does have such a minor online presence, in a sense, You know, I've gone through his friends list, and there's not a lot, right? There's not a lot there really. And, you know, trying to tie it in, like, okay, like, where does this guy go to the Klines? Like, where's the attachment? But I know when I'm feeling, I'll say, I know when I'm putting my time into something that I don't need to, knowing full well I want to hear what's going to come out first, and then I'll decide, you know, which way I'm going to look at things again. You know, just because it's 6 days away, if they do open it up, which I believe. Do you guys think that it's going to open up on the 22nd?
No. And if it does, like people said, it's going to be blocked, like just huge chunks of black,
redacted.
Redacted.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be redacted. Yeah.
I think it'll be out, but it'll be redacted.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I could be wrong.
Right. I mean,
that's crazy.
Just like when Adam was talking the other day, you know, it doesn't matter how maybe a great a source is, you know, it's not fact until we actually see something, regardless. Which reminds me, let's talk about that. What about some sort of casing or bullet casing or jam, whatever it was that's supposed to be found? I think it was a 40. If it comes to fruition, and let's just say it's true, hypothetically, right now, of course, what do you guys think about that attaching to Richard Allen? Because isn't it, if I'm not mistaken, was it not that he didn't have a license, but his wife did? Is that correct?
Oh man, that's crazy.
Does anyone? Because that's what I was told.
That is crazy.
So he doesn't have a license. It's his wife.
That's what I was told, but that's what Adam had said. But he had said that on the live. I'm just trying to remember everything that he had said. And so, Fig, do you know anything about that yourself?
Because I remember he got like a DUI or something. So
yeah,
I don't know when that was, if it was suspended. I mean, he lived close enough to walk so to the bridge. So I don't know.
Do you guys just feel like I do? Every time I think of Richard Allen, I'm like, dude, where the hell you come from? It's like, where did you come from? God, Joe, you know, like,
yeah,
that's how I feel about it. Like, it's just like all this, and then poof, this Richard Allen just pops out like our freaking, you know.
There's multiple things that hurt my brain, but yeah, what's hurting my brain is, what got them to his house, and maybe we'll know on the 22nd. So I know if they found the casing or a bullet, but it's like, what got them to go to his house? And so if it wasn't the river search, or if it wasn't Kegan Kline, I don't know, was the wife nervous during the river search and like, oh, they're going to find something, so I better tip it in now? I mean, it's all speculation. We have no idea. I just can't figure out, maybe you guys could help me with this, just I guess why I'm interested in certain cases, the psychology of it. And Kegan Kline to me seems like a basement dweller, staying behind the computer, right? And Richard Allen goes to bars and stuff. Like, if they didn't meet online, I don't see, because of their age differences, like they're probably become buddies in person. That's not the personality types. So it's like they have to have met online somehow. But I don't know. Do you guys think they could have met in person somehow?
Do you think that TK and Richard Allen, because TK is kind of more the drinking guy that would go out and have some drinks, and you think perhaps it's more towards TK? Go ahead.
Didn't somebody say that his wife knew Tony? I think Richard Allen's wife, I think, went to school or something with Tony's with Tony. I think
that is Kegan Kline's mom, I believe, Robin.
Oh, was it the mom? I thought it was Tony for some reason. Okay, so maybe I'm sorry. I'm then placed rumors.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay,
I thought it was Tony. Okay, so maybe you're right. I mean, I usually don't pay attention to rumors and all that stuff, so I'm like the worst.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I shouldn't even be repeating it because I don't even know what I'm saying. Okay.
I'm gonna go back to you, Jason. I asked you a few questions earlier today. Let me just remember what they were. You know me. I don't like. I'm just like questions. Oh, I gotta give him a couple questions. Sorry, shoot, did we talk for a while yesterday or something? I'm
We did.
Scroll. Where is it? Do you remember some of the other questions I asked you? So I don't look like an idiot. Wait. Okay, I asked. Okay, you guys. Go ahead.
Oh no, I remember you were asking me a little bit about, what we were just talking about, the affidavit and what might be in it and what, as far as them releasing it. I don't believe they will release any of it. And I don't think it's a good idea for law enforcement to do that. As much as we want to know what's in it, we're going to find out. But, it's just, law enforcement, I just don't think they're going to do that because there's too much risk. You want that conviction when you go to court, and you want, that's a huge risk to do that. And a judge could overrule that, as far as the sealing of the affidavit, but I just don't see.
What's the benefit, Jason, of keeping it sealed still?
Well, it all comes down to the court process and to convicting him. There's risks involved with when you take a case to court. Defense lawyers can argue about literally anything, so there's a risk there, and they could have a good argument doing that. They could have a good argument saying, hey, this has been put out in public. This affidavit's been put out in public, and it's hurt our client. So there's risks involved.
I still think it's going to come out.
So in their interview today, I know it's a long interview, so you might not have saw it, but Hammer, one of them asked Doug Carter that. They said, would it compromise the investigation anyway? And Doug Carter said no.
No. Mm-hmm.
So that's what made me a little more confident that maybe they will.
Okay, it's possible.
Yeah, but who knows? It's 50-50, but
I wouldn't release it.
They'll probably redact the crap out of it, so to make sure that it's not being jeopardized.
I was going to say, I have it right here in front of me because a viewer was nice enough to send me the actual transcription that I believe, did up herself for me. And it says, if this affidavit is released and there's a hearing coming up, I believe on the 22nd, that's got some information that led to the arrest of Richard Allen, the suspect. If that is allowed to be given to the public, is that going to compromise the investigation in any way? And Doug Carter says, no, I don't think so at this point. It will. I think it'll answer a lot of questions that people have. So.
Can I say something about that, Sonny? What that affidavit is, it's probable cause, and probable cause is having a reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. So that doesn't really affect as far as the court case. The only thing it affects is the charges, and which is very interesting because of the felony murder charges leaves a lot open. Really, when you think about it, if some of your viewers out there don't know what exactly that entails, the felony murder, it's a little bit different because, there was a case in Oklahoma where you had two guys that were dropped off by a female, and they went in the house, and I believe they were armed, and there was a young man in there that took both of their lives. The young man that took their life was not charged. The female that was out in the car was charged with felony murder. And the reason why that's important is because that leaves a lot open for somebody else to be charged in the Delphi case. It's because of the specifics of those charges.
Does anyone know? I heard this, but I haven't confirmed it. That doing that felony, the murder 2, does that lead you to death penalty? Is anyone
absolutely good?
But murder 1, just the felony murder, is not. death penalties off the table with that?
Oh wow. I don't
Shouldn't
know.
be.
Okay, so if you get death penalty for either one, yeah, someone said that, and I didn't fact check it, so I was just asking. Like,
No, I don't think so.
okay.
There was that
I
good
could be wrong.
lawyer. I think what's his name? I forget his first name. Mr. Lopez that CD put out. He's excellent.
Yeah,
he explains it really well.
Alexa, I have that. Let me play that for a second, see if it answers. Give me 1 second, and I'll find that because I got it. I got his other video up.
Yeah, he's
so give me
great.
1 sec.
Did anybody get to see that video with Mr. Lopez with the
I watched
attorney?
it.
Yeah,
No.
really good, right?
I
like that he.
I gotta check that one out.
So
yeah,
I have
he really explains it.
Which one? The one that he did yesterday, or the one that he did today?
And they're both about the
They're
same.
both really good. One's 5 minutes and one's 3 minutes. So I'm probably just going to play them back to back quickly, and then that way we can, because he does. I was watching him again just before actually, and I was like, yeah. So let's just play those. We'll come back in a few minutes. Probably about one's 5 minutes, one's like 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay, I keep hitting the stupid setting button like 4 times like I'm an idiot. Be right back. 1 second.
Normal murder charge is not filed against Richard Allen. Richard Allen has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the 2017 death of 2 young girls, but he has not been charged with normal murder. When we think of murder in Indiana, we normally think of the following as laid out in Indiana law. A person who knowingly or intentionally kills another human being commits murder, a felony. This is what I would call normal murder. And I want everyone to know, I feel terrible saying normal murder. Murder is horrible and the absolute worst crime capable of being committed. Normal murder is what I would call Section 1 murder. This is not what Richard Allen is charged with. Richard Allen is charged with Section 2 murder, which is commonly known as felony murder here in Indiana. Now, how do I know this? Well, as of today, everything is still under seal. But because I'm constantly dealing with Indiana courts in my role as a criminal defense attorney, I can see some online clues. First off, while I cannot see the charging information, I can see the short and sweet version of the charges on mycase.in.gov, which is Indiana's online court database. Now, the charges say 2 counts of murder, but as you can see here, the statute referenced in the charges are the Section 2 murder or felony murder. Richard Allen is being charged under Section 2 of the murder statute, which reads as follows: a person who kills another human being while committing or attempting to commit arson, burglary. You know what? I'm not going to read all of these because some of these are pretty terrible. You can read them for yourself right here. This is commonly referred to as felony murder. Now, what is felony murder? Indiana recognizes that some felonies, such as the ones listed here, are so dangerous that a person dying is an inherent risk of committing that felony. And if a person dies while you're committing these felonies, guess what? You are now facing a murder charge, even if you did not intend for anyone to die. Let's give some examples to help break it down. If you kidnap someone and that person escapes by running out into the street and is hit and killed by a car because they're blindly running from kidnappers, well, you might not have meant for that person to die, but kidnapping is so dangerous that someone dying is a significant possibility. Even though you only wanted to kidnap, you are now on the hook for murder because the kidnapping victim is now dead. Same deal with bank robbery. If you are the getaway driver for an armed bank robbers and the armed bank robber starts shooting and someone dies, even if shooting was not part of the plan, even though the getaway driver did not have a gun, the getaway driver is now on the hook for murder. And that is because armed robbery is such an inherently dangerous crime, it is a distinct possibility someone might die. So that is felony murder, which is exactly what the online records indicate Richard Allen is being charged with. Now, the online records do not always match the official charging information, but in my experience as an Indiana criminal defense attorney, they match 99.9% of the time. But here's where it gets interesting. If Richard Allen killed the victims while committing any of these crimes, the prosecutor would likely just charge Old-fashioned knowing or intentional Section 1 murder. Why? Because normal murder is easier to prove. Did you kill somebody? Yes. Okay, that's murder. But they didn't charge him with that. They charged him with felony murder. This makes more work for the prosecutor's office because now they have to show the victims died while Richard Allen was committing one of these listed felonies. And while there are some great prosecutors in Indiana, I'm going to tell you a universal truth. Prosecutors never go out of their way to do extra work. And felony murder, well, it's going to be extra work for these prosecutors. So why would they charge Richard Allen with felony murder? Because everything is still sealed, we don't exactly know. But based on my nearly 17 years as a criminal defense attorney in the state of Indiana, I have a theory. I do not think Richard Allen is the one that actually murdered these victims. I think the evidence is going to show that he was involved in one of these listed felonies and the victims ended up dying. I think the death of the victims was likely at the hands of another person that has not been named by police. Now, this is pure speculation because, again, everything is sealed, including the probable cause affidavit and the charging information. And I want to just add, that's very unusual in this state. But this theory makes sense, especially considering the prosecutor wanted the case sealed. The investigators are likely watching this unnamed party to see how he's reacting after seeing Richard Allen being arrested. And possibly by arresting Richard Allen and putting him in jail, they're trying to put Richard Allen in a position where he's more forthcoming with investigators to name names and co-conspirators. The bottom line, by filing felony murder against Richard Allen, the prosecutors made more work for themselves. There has to be a reason for that. And I believe the reason is that Richard Allen is not the main person in this case. Because this case remains sealed, all of this is speculation and theory. And it is important to remember, Richard Allen is innocent until and unless found guilty in court of law. If you have any questions, leave me a comment below. And most importantly, remember, always play the film.
Okay, I'm just going to play the next one, okay, guys, in a sec.
Okay, then I'll rip apart his theory after that.
Fig, do you want to talk about that one first and then go to the next one after? Do you want to do that?
Sure, we can.
Sure, sure.
I have something to say.
Okay, let's. What do you got to say? Let's hear it.
Got something to say. No, so I agree that it when I first learned about the two different categories, I'm like, yeah, that is going to cause more work for the prosecutor. I get that. But I don't agree with this theory. It could be possible, but I think it's not as likely as something else. So he's kind of going a little too far. I would say the biggest piece of evidence they have, the easiest thing is a kidnapping. There's evidence of it. We hear it on the phone. We have audio of it. Guys down the hill. That's kidnapping. You just took two girls from where they were and you're forcing them into another location. Like, that's pretty easy evidence. So yeah, it's a little bit of work, but it's damning. So if you take the murder one charge, the felony's there. So that's what I was asking. Is it worth doing it? Because they should go with the easiest one to make sure that they get the conviction. They should have went with one if the punishment is going to be the same regardless. But if they could go death penalty, then I'd say, heck yeah, throw kidnapping on, because we have so much evidence of that. Here's an audio recording of it. They kidnapped them on the cell phone. There's evidence. And then if we could throw on something else to get them the death penalty, then bam, do it. That's all. My rant's over.
Could you repeat it? I wasn't listening.
Neither was I. I don't know what I said.
Okay. Jason, what do you have to say to that? What you just saw?
Well, the lawyer articulated that a lot better than I did. But like I said, I believe what they're doing by charging, with the felony murder, I believe they're leaving an opening to the possibility that there could be somebody else involved. Now, do I believe that somebody else is involved? No, I really don't. But what they're doing is a very smart thing by leaving it open just in case they do find that somebody else is involved. So I think it's a smart idea.
Okay.
100%. I agree with you. I think it's a smart idea, leaving it open, because I think they don't know. I think they still don't know if someone else is involved. It's confusing. They probably can't find the connection to Kegan Kline or Richard Allen. They're like, what is going on?
Well, absolutely.
Alexza or Alex, did you have anything to go on to that one as well?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You know what that video reminded me of, and with all due respect to the YouTube creator, it's your money, use it when you need it, JG Wentworth, and that's about it. That's all I have on now.
You know something's good coming when you're like, with all due respect. I'm like, oh, what's going to be coming?
Pretty much.
And Alexa, what about you?
I mean, I'm torn. I mean, sometimes I truly believe from day one that I believe Kegan is involved somewhere, somehow. So, I mean, but I don't know much of the law, and especially, it could be that they're leaving it open. Could be like big, and they're saying that maybe they're leaving it open, or maybe they know that there's somebody else involved.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie.
I personally think that there's somebody involved.
I was personally drooling at his words. I don't know if it's because I want to believe that I'm still right about the multi-different people, or if or if it actually is true or not. To be honest, and I'm just willing to wait and listen to when the affidavit comes out. Like, I'm literally just biding my time, whether I'm picking my nose or twirling my fingers, whatever. I'm just sitting there waiting and just absorbing, listening, and just waiting for that day that we get some more information about it. The most frustrating part of this case for me even has been, well, besides the why and stuff like that, but it's trying to wrap my head around, they got to the bridge, and then that whole little spot is just, it's been so convoluted with different things said. Did they cross the water like it happened? I don't believe so. I don't think it was as simple as, down the hill, boop, boop, there you go. I don't think it was as simple as that, no. But I don't know what happened either. I know what the crime scene to me looks like, and at least for the gist of it, the BG, a lot about the BG, because that's been my whole thing for 2.5 years. But I can't understand, of course, like, I see a cat, right, that's looking at the one victim. I see that. I see the knife. I see the cameras. I see stuffed animals. I see a mask, a pig mask. I see a white mask. I see like what looks like a hamster, gerbil, rat, whatever. And I can't help but equate that to catfishing, to pig, slaughter hog, to, I can't help but put those things there going, did some 45-year-old dude just be like, I'm going to freaking, bring in all this. Like, I see that there's lots of stuff on him. Don't get me wrong. From stuffed animals to freaking camera to that crap behind his back. But I can't make sense of why a 45-year-old man, which you can tell the bunny thing, you can tell that one thing is big. But regardless, I can't make sense of a 45-year-old man creating this circus of, this totally overplayed crime scene. I just can't see a 45-year-old man going, yeah, I think I'm just going to pop up a tent here and do this and do that. That's what it feels like. It feels like just, that's like how a younger brain would think. I can't see a 45-year-old guy thinking to do all this stuff. Maybe, I don't know.
So I'll say if Kegan isn't connected or someone's not connected, then 90% of my videos are wrong, but that's all right, because that's what we had to go with. So now with Richard Allen in my problem solving, all right, when you get new data, new information using scientific method, I'm starting simple. So you have to start the simplest as one person. And then now I start from there until I could get other things that connect. And it seems like they're so close. Like there's one missing puzzle. And once that comes in, then boom, everything else is just, the floodgates will open on. There's at least one other person. It's Kegan Kline. But until I get that,
right,
I can't say with confidence that I think it's more than one. I mean, hey, a lot of videos I was speculating. I just need that one little piece, and all the puzzle will be there.
And so I mean, if the thing ever shows up that he was part of it, like kind of what Mark was saying on his thing, that maybe he wasn't the actual killer, but he's part of it, so he's got murder charges. I don't know. I'm just waiting for that piece of paper, the affidavit, the papers to open up, And that's when I'll say more. Right now, I'm just holding back, really. You know, I'm not here to, and again, if all my videos are hung, so be it. I'll be the, you know, I'll want to probably kick myself about 50 yards out of my own apartment here. You know,
I thought it was a international hitman with a peg leg. So I took one of the fattest cells out there.
Yeah, but
and I had a shroom trip about it too, so it made it feel all real, and it was all garbage, you know. So it happened.
Well, let me ask y'all a question on something. What do you think? Do you think that Kegan Kline was selling a service?
No, that it seemed like pure just all self gratification. It wasn't really wasn't really like good infrastructure, only for like as a pastime for him. I didn't, you know, him and all the other people I saw him interact with, it wasn't like, it didn't really seem like a ring, you know? Yeah.
So Alexza, can I ask you something?
Sure.
You're the expert, not me. When the 2019 press conference, did you get a sense their profile was similar to BTK? Like how BTK would be profiled?
Yes, I do. But at the same time, and you know, I was thinking about that. I have a feeling that they weren't talking about Richard Allen. I mean, to me, I think like you said, I think it's almost like they took another profile and they put it in the whole theatrics. I'm talking to you, but I don't think they were talking to him.
No, they didn't. They had no idea that Richard Allen was it. Because you wouldn't put out a sketch that looks way younger than him with curly hair if you thought it was right. They had no idea it was Richard Allen.
Telling Sonny, I guarantee you that they found Richard Allen like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
and this is the first
time.
And
everyone's scrambling and they seem shocked. But why I asked that is so that I think they did pretty well in the profile from what I'd learned, and then so of course I watched some BTK stuff the last few nights. I'm like, I cannot see BTK working with another person. Right? It's a sick fantasy he has. But now times are different, and right, if someone says like, "Here, I'll set you up. Here's some potential victims out here," and then if you stroll along, so the times are different. But I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, no, I don't see it either. But you know what? And everybody also had him as a hunter. I don't know if he hunts. Even I said, you know, I knew he was. I said he was married, the age and everything, but I made the mistake. I saw him as a hunter, and I don't think he hunts, though. I mean, I could be wrong.
He's always hiking. It seemed like. I mean, there's just a lot of unknowns. Maybe he wasn't. We don't know.
Let me ask you this, because I asked this yesterday. I wanted to see one picture of him with jeans on. He has shorts on. He has khakis on all the time. And I've not seen a picture with jeans on. And nobody could show me one. They thought that they saw one.
I'll show you one.
Do you have one?
Yeah, when he's on the bridge, February 13th.
Yeah.
He's wearing
that one.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. That's the one.
So, okay.
That's it.
So,
I haven't seen that picture. Him on the bridge?
No,
you've seen the bridge guy picture.
He's talking about the bridge guy.
Yeah. That's him with jeans on.
Yeah.
Okay. So why would so let's just go a little bit on this one. So they took 5 charges off of Kegan. I personally feel like those were charges that wouldn't stand. Do you guys? And then they say that he's in some dealings now. So according to murder sheets and was it on the wish thing as well? Whatever. So do you guys think that, of course, the 5 charges, why do you think they came off? Just
maybe they
were always going to
the
come
girls.
off.
Yeah, that too. Or they couldn't prove that they were underage or who they were. But I've seen Allen connected to a couple CSAM people, not just by association. It's not like in collaboration, but more so than Kegan Kline. There was a popular POI. I don't think I'll say his name because I don't want to have his family harassed or whatever. But he's a CSAM dude. He got arrested in Delphi not too long ago, and it's not Kegan. And his grandma shared a cell phone number with Richard, but I can't tell if it got recycled out after she passed, because she passed in a couple years ago. So I've seen stuff like that to other CSAM people, but not nothing with Kegan yet.
Okay.
But can I ask a question, especially to Jason? Jason,
Yes.
and this is my question. I mean, usually in law enforcement, I mean, obviously better than I do. There's no coincidences. I mean, to me, I mean, I don't want to sound like one of those conspiracy theorists and that I support that. No, I don't. But the only thing that makes me think twice is obviously the obvious. I mean, the girl gets catfish and she gets killed the same day. And also, what are the chances? The timing is just the timing of getting those 5 charges off. I mean, it could be, but where I come from, and I don't know, Jason, especially you, that we are always seeing that everything has to be connected. Everything is always connected somewhere.
I would, yes, I totally agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't seem like coincidence. And like you said, I don't believe in coincidences either. But now it's here in the States, it's always law enforcement is going to charge you with the most charges. The prosecutors is going to charge you with the most charges they can charge you with. Okay. Because you've always got leverage, and that's exactly what they did to drop. They dropped 5 charges. They charged him. You charge them high. You charge them with a lot of charges. Yeah, you've got to be legit about it. You can't just make up something and make a charge. Yes, but you charge people high, and we've been trained to do that. To charge them for everything that we can charge them for. If they've got something that they've done wrong, and we feel like they've done something wrong, and then we can go back later, or the prosecution's office can go back later, and they can do that. They can drop.
That's fair. I never thought of that. Could be. That sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 5, like Alex said, it could be. Yeah, they can identify the person, so they didn't know their age, so they don't know if it was a child or not. But I don't know about the state of Indiana, but I know it's common sometimes to work a plea deal with CSAM charges. That way they don't have to bring the victims in and do a jury trial. So it seems like there would be some sort of negotiation.
Oh, absolutely.
So again, I see that's why this case is so confusing. Like it just all these coincidences, really, and they're not connected in the search and this. And I mean, I think that's why law enforcement is pulling their hair out, and they're leaving it open for possibilities because they're still not even sure. Like, how could all these things be? And we can't find a connection.
Totally agree. There's got to be a connection there somewhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too.
It would make so much sense if it did, if there was a connection.
I mean, if it doesn't, if they don't have a connection, I mean, wow. I mean, what are the chances of being catfished and killed on the same day?
It's freaking too much.
I mean,
no. Dang.
You mic us off, Sonny. Oh, is that why you guys were ignoring me? I was like, I was trying to talk a couple times, and I'm like, people were just looking around me, and I'm like,
you were muted, I swear.
I was, yeah. If you guys can read lips out there, what did I say? No, just kidding. But no, the river, like I said, the police source stuff, and like I said, there's like, I don't think that Wish really would have came out and said that. They probably, they're pretty credible, Wish, but I can't see them coming out and putting that all out there like they did, and to get face washed. There's definitely leaks. Carter you could just tell that he was basically trying to say, like there's people close to he said he didn't feel like that anyone that was in the kind of like the circle of the investigation was a leak, is what he said basically there. But yeah, I mean, I totally feel it's connected. And again, I'm willing to be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong at whatever it is, as long as Abby and Libby get the justice that they deserve. This is not about anything else besides that. The rest of it is us trying to, our minds have been blown away almost by, like a Spock lock meld shit going on. And it's just like a mind warp. And you're just going like, just when you think something figured out, then all of a sudden something else. And and then you start overthinking it. And then it becomes almost like mush. and then it's almost like the whole brain just goes poof, like, because it's just overworked with all the different things that are being said. And it's like, whether it's from the text from the start, but I always believe, and Jason, answer me on this one. I always believe that most of the answers will lie or have lied at the start of this case when people's mouths were doing this. And people didn't know because Ellie at that point really wasn't saying too much to be like, quiet, you know? And so when even Garrett Kurtz, when he spoke and said that Michaela, you know, was saying that there was all these stab wounds, I know that was an exaggeration, but the bottom line is, you know, people were talking because they're first of all in shock, and they're just kind of, oh my God, what happened? You know, and you know how it is. People easily talk. So I think that after a while, then people are more told to like not say anything, you know, but I still think that most of it's near the beginning. Do you think so? That a lot of the truth that of what was said is from the beginning when it first started?
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, and that is very true what you said. You know, people love to talk, so you know, I believe that there probably are some truths that we're going to find out with things that come out. You know, maybe some of those text messages and things and so on and so forth, and the description of the crime scene. You know, you're probably going to find some truth in that by just people talking, you know, talking about it, sending messages to each other. But yes, I do. I think you're right on that. And there might be something like, if you went back to the first part of what you were just saying, the first part of the investigation, and you know, look back over it again, you might find that in there. You know, there's a good possibility.
Okay. So let's go to the conservation officers. There's two of them. There's a Jared, and then there's Dan. That were the two conservation officers that were part of the river search and that during that time frame. So how is the story going now with that? So like, what made him talk to, like, speak and say he was at the trails to one of these conservation officers, which I believe I was
trying to cover his butt.
Yep.
I mean, I believe I was told it was Dan, but you know, there's two out there. I do have a phone call that someone shared with me today night. So thank you guys for any information that you guys do send our way. You know, Deb had sent me some picture of Libby and the daughter that looked freaking identical. It was eerie, same shirts on, you know, standing there. It was crazy. Yeah. But someone else made a phone call to ask about it, you know, and the lady on the phone's like, you know, she basically said, good thing I'm not drinking, because this is like, good thing I'm, you know, wasn't drinking, because I'd be probably slipping giving information. That's why they don't really tell us stuff, you know, But she did say that those were the two names that were at the search. So saying, like, you know, because they were all called, she said, this lady on the other end of the phone. So, you know, bless her for that little bit of information that she did share. Now I was told it was Dan, but so where do you think? You think that he went up to, like, do you think one of them was his friend? Because he's only not too far. Do you think one's his friend and he's like, hey, bud, you know, like, hey, just so you know, I was there. You know, to kind of think that he was throwing it off a bit.
That would explain the Unabomber freaking 4chan message where it sounded like the Unabomber, the type of language syntax is like small town civics. That's all he's saying. That was like weird, but that's possibly like the type of stuff he meant, like basically saying he gets a pass easier because it's like a small town, you know, so easier to like read his environment, manipulate, coerce people into not thinking it's him. And like, you know, I've said this on other shows and stuff. I think definitely the manipulation of the audio to isolate it, I think it definitely hurt. And in a lot of cases, especially if people couldn't recognize his voice, because it like changed the frequency on, you know, a lot of what he said and stuff. So, you know, when they heard it in real life, it didn't quite, you know, match up. But, you know, I think they did the best they could. If they didn't do that, you probably couldn't hear anything, or it was like super low, or, you know, windy or something like that. So you never know. But
that and the limp to me threw people. Like, I'm so over the limp in the voice on the bridge.
Yeah,
I'm so sick of those two things. Just because it's like, you know,
I miss my gate.
Yeah.
Walker Gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a thin line between incompetence, right? Incompetence and corruption. And so I don't know. I mean, how many guys fit that description that were there that day that came forward? So it is disappointing. They had the first witness who seems like they didn't take very credible, the younger gal, because she's the one who gave the Old Bridge guy sketch, at least from the nose up. And they were quick to disregard her sketch. That was only out for about 8 months. The Old Bridge guy sketch came out 5 months late, and it was a combination of things. But the word is, when they came out with the young guy sketch, they went to her house and they said, "Here, we're going to go with this sketch. Is this what the person you saw looked like?" She's like, "No, not at all." So it seems like she had it right. And she said that he was just slightly taller than her, and she was 5'6". So, I mean, she's giving like his height, a description, the reddish brown hair. And she didn't say not without blue eyes either. So, I mean, it sounds like who she saw was Richard Allen. And yeah, so you have a witness who saw someone who looks just like someone who was there, and nothing. Why? So I want to know, why didn't they? And I guess we don't know this, but did they have a search warrant before? Like, the judge never executed a search warrant early on in the case at this guy's house, but now all of a sudden they did. So instead of just going back to the beginning of the case, there had been something else. Like, unless there's a new judge who signed something, but like, what did they learn? Why didn't they do one early on? Again, it goes to the incompetence, or is it corruption? But now all of a sudden they sign a search warrant, the judge does, and now go search this guy's house. Like, what changed?
Yeah. Jason needs to get going, he said. Jason, thank you very much. I was like, yeah, if CD jumps on him, but I haven't seen CD because CD after. But I want to thank you so much, Jason, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Nice seeing you, Jason. Thank you.
Nice seeing you. Thank you.
I have 2 minutes or 1 minute now, Sonny.
Yeah.
So
I know that you had a certain amount of time as well. It's been a great live. Oh, hi everybody. Hello. Let me just ask. Deb said if RA walked the trails in every day, then chances are he knew who the conservation officer was, and I talked to him before. Small town, right? He probably did. Absolutely.
I don't think he would walk. I don't think so. I don't think he would. No.
Well, I think that he probably knew him. He knew.
He knew the place, of course, but I don't think he would go every day and walk there. No.
No, I don't know.
Then it would be easier. Then it would be easier, if that day that it would be easier for somebody to recognize him. So they don't do that now.
What if he was relishing in his?
I don't think he would do it.
What if he was going there though, acting like he was going for the hike, but really he was just relishing in his work?
It's frequency. Yeah, maybe not every day. Maybe once a year. I don't, because the pictures, taking his daughter out there for pictures. So maybe once. But
that would be like once in a while. But I don't think it would be like every day, because then the day of, he knows the chances of somebody seeing him and recognizing him, it would be too high.
Yep. Alex, you said you had some tips for us that you were going to talk about tonight. Do you remember?
I pretty much mentioned it, but I can't go into it more because I don't want to start a pitchfork mob on. Yeah, so I'll wait till that gets more solidified. But it's basically connected to other CSAM people that are not Kegan Kline. And if you're talking about tips, you're talking about the phone stuff?
Yeah, the phone stuff.
So I want to answer a question back here. It said if I went through all the messages and stuff like that, and no, I did not. But a lot of people, because I'm so vague on how I hacked Kegan or what I looked at, a lot of times, I really, like Fig said, I just gave him the keys to the castle. I didn't go sifting through everything. And then people do jump on that as well, then how do you know how many people were in the Dropbox? My POI was in the Dropbox, that type of stuff. I'm like, whatever, the cops they could take care of that. They know everybody who logged in there. But, a lot of people think like I lied about hacking Kegan Kline. But the thing is, like Julian, Fig, True Crime Bloke, even Sonny, I showed them how I did it step by step. And the reason I didn't go into detail, like telling how I did or what I did, all that stuff, is because, like, frankly, I didn't trust the Delphi community. You know, seeing like YouTube content creators like being threatened all the time, like their wives and families. I'm like, are people going to use this information to help the case, or are they going to try to hack Doug Carter and the Patties and all that? It's like, what do you think they're going to do? It's like, come on, dude. So, yeah, I really just gave him the keys to the castle, and that's it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I know that, you know, I can't remember if I asked you this before, but how did you end up on Trendifier originally?
I had talked with him because we like knew mutual people, and then he invited me on. But he really, if it weren't for Delphi, I wouldn't have been invited on. Like Delphi and Stevenson's, like all the crazy stuff I was doing in there. But yeah, I will tell people. Yeah, phone malware is like taken off. I was talking about this on True Crime Blokes, his video a lot more about hacking and different programs and stuff. But yeah, phone malware is taken off quite a bit. Like a lot of the hacker forums I go to, they're like, you know, really pushing phone malware lately, and they even got like Pegasus, you know, in the forums and stuff. So I would say a lot of that stuff, whether you're on iOS or Android, you could kick out a lot of phone malware just by simply rebooting your phone like every day, and not like a full reset. I'm talking about just turning it off and on. And you know, a lot of those programs, they take like days to siphon like all the information off your phone. So if you like do that, you're pretty much good. But yeah, there's a program called MVT. It was made by Amnesty International to check if your phone's been hacked or not. They have that on GitHub. So if you're like really paranoid, you could like check if your phone's been messed with or whatever, you know. But yeah, like, you know, most people are on their phones today, so it doesn't really make sense to like hack a person's computer, or, you know, unless you're just trying to irritate them. Everybody's like sacred, you know, treasures and secrets are on their phones a lot of times. And then, you know, if you do a SIM swap, if a person has a SIM pin, you're like pretty much SOL. But not only that, like once you take over their phone, they could tell pretty quick that you know, you have control over their phone. But if you do the phone malware, you could do that stuff and they would have no clue most of the time. But yeah, pretty much, yeah, reboot your phone daily, and then use like a browser like Firefox Focus. Try to like not use the default browser if possible. Like if you're really anxious or suspicious that somebody's like hacked your phone, yeah, migrate over to a different browser and save all your bookmarks and stuff in there, you know. Like Firefox Focus is a good one, but you know, anything but the default pretty much works. But yeah, that's pretty much all the tips I have, you know.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, just Deb wanted to clear up that she was talking about before the murders, about going to the trails before the murders, not after the fact or whatever.
All right,
so,
I have to get going.
I know.
Thanks for having me. It was nice chatting with you all.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much, Fig.
Thanks for having me. All right. Until next time.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Yeah. I was just like, well, thanks for talking about that stuff. I know a lot of people don't understand, Alex, and someone just said, you're scaring me, Alex, with my phone.
Yeah. If you want to see all this stuff, like breach forums is like, you don't have to go to the dark web. Breach forums is where it's at. It used to be at raid forums. That's where I learned like a lot of tricks and stuff. But you know, breach forums, you could grab a copy of Pegasus, like all sorts of phone malware, FlexiSpy, Cobalt Strike, Root Retel. You know, if you're doing computers or networks, that is where it's all at. But if you don't want to like feel safe on that side or feel comfortable, Brian Krebs, Krebs on Security, it's like KREBS. Like you can see like a lot of trends on there. He's like always on top of it, of like what the latest you know, scams or viruses or tricks are, you know. So Yeah, I check in there quite a bit, you know.
All right. So do you guys mind if for like 10 more minutes we just see what anyone has for questions and then we can just answer?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow night, don't forget, it was only one of the few days that Angela Thomas, she'll be here tomorrow night. That is the psychic medium that was on here before. She was on Paranormal Zone TV. So if you're interested, you can go over there and watch her, whatever. But she'll be here tomorrow night, and that will be at the regular. Well, I should say the regular schedule time, but yes, 6:30 Pacific.
Yeah.
30. So just a reminder to everyone that's watching today, again, you have to be a subscriber. It's always on subscriber mode, so just always know that. And it keeps away the trolls, and it's one of those things as well that, you know, it's just I just do it all the time now. I just try to keep it, you know, the trolls want to come in, it limits them, and then the only, you know, so if you're not subscribed, then I suggest doing so, because you have to be subscribed, I think, 12 hours ahead to get into that one. So if anyone comes in here that's not subscribed and wants to partake in the chat, I should say. But anyways, okay. So is there questions for Alexza or Alex, you guys, or anything that you want to quickly ask?
Before that, I just want to ask you something. I mean, obviously we heard a rumor, and obviously it's just a rumor, it's not confirmed, that and I just want to get your opinion, both of your opinions, that the lawyers are going to plead insanity. Do you have any thoughts for Richard Allen? And I'm sure you probably heard too. Obviously, it's a rumor, it's not true.
I made a vow not to go in hard on Richard Allen, but he does have those bug eyes like the Aurora shooter or something. You know, you just tell when you see it. I'm just kidding. No, like somebody made a good point. That's what scares a lot of people, you know, about it being him or the police honing in on him, you know, whether he was involved or, you know, actual BG, it doesn't matter which way you look at it, that somebody so normal could like mask themselves so well. It kind of like unnerves people. So I don't know. He definitely had issues regardless. So I think, he might try to, you know, he hasn't been so like, I mean, the letter asking for help, he seemed kind of, I don't know if that was remorseful at all, but it's like he's not talking or cooperating. He's like trying to fight it in a way. So, he might pull like every trick he could pull, you know?
I could only see him, myself, just going by my thoughts. I could only see him making an insanity plea if actually they got so much shit on him that he knows he's, you know, pretty much ducked, you know? That's like, you know, because why would you, if you're innocent, you're just going to be like, I'm innocent. You're not going to be pleading no insanity. If, you know, if you think that you didn't do anything, but if they got enough on him that he knows that he's, you know, screwed, then I can see him going for an insanity plea. I don't think it would hold myself, but that's the only thing that's going through my mind about that. Because why would you plead insanity? If you're innocent, you're not going to plead insanity. You know, you're just going to maintain your innocence. I don't know. That's my thoughts on that. So just quickly, Alex, someone said, what about DuckDuckGo? But isn't DuckDuckGo what they used for the deep web?
Yeah, I think they do have a Tor thing. I'm not sure. It's usually Firefox. You know, a lot of browsers, like it's crazy with like Chromium and even Firefox. There's like modified versions of it, and a lot of times you're using a modified version like Genesis Market modified, you know, version of Chromium. It's either to deploy malware or you're using it for something else, like to play Flash games from a long time ago, and then it gets malware. But DuckDuckGo, I would say for mobile, it's better than using the default ones, because a lot of phone malware, it's able to attack those better, whether it's on you know, iOS or Android. But I was checking through breach forums, and like they had phone malware, you know, just all over the place for they were giving away a lot of it for free and not even selling it, and I'm like, damn dude, that's crazy. And so it's out there right now. They even had Flexi Spy, which is what El Chapo used to spy on his you know, mistresses or whatever. And like, so like Celebrite and Flexi Spy, if you have a phone in real life, like access to it, those are helpful. But if not, if you have to do stuff remotely, you have to go to other stuff, like Pegasus or whatever. And that stuff is normally like super expensive, but yeah, it's the first time I've ever really seen that stuff out in the wild. I know it's been out there before, but I could definitely tell people are making the shift over because, the two-factor authentication and people getting wise about SIM swapping and other stuff. That's like the next wave right there, It's crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
the number one recommendation, Firefox Focus. I know it's on iOS, not sure about Android, but it's a privacy browser. Yeah, one works pretty good. And then, like I said on a True Crime Blokes podcast, said if you have a password manager, don't do a super long password or have all your passwords on there. Try to have hints, the shorter passwords that you remember, just the hints, just in case your password manager gets hacked or the company gets hacked that has owns the password manager. You don't want all your stuff compromised,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And as Anna, just to let you know that you talk about Psychic Sleuth, which I dropped. She was the one that was on the channel about a week ago or so, a little over a week ago. Anyways, I dropped the link for that. I'll do that one more time. Let's see, you guys, Alexza, are you seeing, or Alex, do you guys see anything else? Let's see here. What was his number one? Oh, you already said that. And did you already answer that? Android or iPhone? You answered that one?
Yeah, it's let me check it. I'm pretty sure it is on Android too. Firefox Android. Let's see that baby. Yep, it is. Firefox Focus. Yep, that one's pretty good.
I used to use Firefox all the time, actually. And then when Chrome came out, I was like, I became a Chrome user. But I used to use always Firefox back in the day. My husband still uses that one, actually. Good old Firefox. Alexza, most except the mothers know when their children are in trouble.
No, because we were talking with Anna that yesterday. I'm very skeptical with psychics, and not because I don't believe in them. I just don't believe that a lot of them that claim to be. I mean, I respect them, but I don't think a lot of that claim to be are psychics. I think a lot of them are charlatans. But anyways,
I believe that's true.
Yeah, and like you have to be very careful. Like very few really people. But anyways, and I was saying that last night I was browsing, and I don't know how I ended up in the page with this psychic, and I was like, I don't know why I clicked on it. It was like 3 a.m. and I was like, let me click on it. And I was like, and then he actually had the initials, and that was 5 months ago. She had the initials of R and an M. The only thing is she had R and M.
Okay. I think I know who that is because I came across her a week ago, and she's a young girl that was sitting outside, and I watched it, and I actually showed a few people that today. I was like, you know what? Because I know that there's always the, believers and non-believers, but for me personally, she was actually, I felt like she was actually quite good. She came up with Ronald McDonald and said,
Ronald McDonald. The only thing that she threw me off is when she said that the killer, that one of them was dead, and I was kind of thinking maybe she was thinking of Ron Logan kind of thing, and I was like,
Sean Harmon said.
But the initial she was right on, and this was 5 months ago.
Right. And so the thing is that the affidavit came out May 17th of this year, right? But I know that at one point she goes, I keep seeing 5. I think this is either 5 days, 5 months, or 5 years. And it just so happened that it was 5 months that she said that something was going to happen with the case. But in saying that, so let me put it this way. I get it, but I also felt that she really didn't know the case because she couldn't even remember Abby's name. So she obviously didn't pay a lot of attention to the case. Now, I know the skeptics out there will always find their reasons. For myself, being intuitive, always look for, are they being...
I don't remember her name. Somebody's asking her name. I don't remember. I was like, you know what?
Don't worry. I'll find out because I personally really liked it. There's very few. I agree with Alexza that there's very... when you're going on the internet, especially, there's a lot of frauds out there. There's a lot of fakes, and there's a lot of wannabes, and there's a lot of those people that actually think that they got all these gifts of mediumship and stuff. And then there's ones that if you kind of like look at their work and can go back and look at what they've said and stuff like that, like Donna Serafina. I remember watching Donna Serafina, and I remember this is about the Lori Vallow case. Okay. Now this was my own thing. This is before she kind of exploded a little bit of being the person that actually was, that had the information, because the information hadn't come out yet. So I was listening to her one day. Now, granted, sorry, Donna, for saying this, but she kind of mumbles when she talks. And so after about 2 hours of listening, I was just like, okay, I got to go. And then I remember months later, the Vallow case, they found the kids and whatever. And everything I remember listening, it was so crazy how dead on she was with so much. I remember distinctly certain things that she said. And I was like, wait a second, this lady was talking about this in January. They didn't even find the kids. And when they found the boy, he was in the garbage bag, just like she said over. And so it was very crazy.
Is she the one that kind of like went on like in a trance kind of thing? And like, it was like all over the place. No, there was one that it would like, she would say, like she would get on and it's almost like she was on a trance and she would just say things out of nowhere. And people say that she was real. I don't know. I never.
I'm not sure if that's the same one or not. She's done like she did for Suzanne Morphew. She's always done
this one that I think the Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito. I think she was big on that in Wells.
That's a different one, I believe. I don't know that. I don't know that
probably.
For sure. But the girl that I'm speaking about, and I'm just going to quickly find it because you know what? Everyone knows you take everything with a grain of salt, you know? And
that's how I am. But but this one really caught my eye last night. I mean, I'm telling you.
You guys know about Terry Smith Jr., a psychic solved his case. That's from near me. She watched it from the news and she's like, something's not right. And then she like broke on his mother's property, the little boy's property, when he was missing, and she found the kid's body. Her and her kids went. They snuck onto the property at night and found it. I was like, dang, dude! I'm like, a psychic actually solved the case. That's crazy. Yeah. So it does happen sometimes, you know.
I like aligning with K. I think that's
I just dropped it already. I dropped the links. So aligning with Kay, I suggest that you guys, again, I just felt like kind of like a few people. And that's why I liked Angela Thomas, was because I didn't know her path. Her path was almost identical to mine. And, but we didn't know each other, and I heard it and I was like, finally, someone that understands the path that I've been on. Like, so regardless of what comes out of all this, regardless, she, you know, for me, she literally was on the same path. Said so much of the same thing, but yet I had no clue who she was. And, you know, again, each to their own. All I can say is when it comes to stuff like that, each to their own. You're always going to have your people that are going to be like, that stuff spoke up. You know what? Well, great. I'll see you up in heaven, though, anyway, regardless. And I'll be like going, see, remember when you said you didn't believe? You know, see, now, you know, no, right. Everything with the grain of salt. It's just each to their own on that stuff. But I can say that I know that the first time I was ever read Alex, it was the most jaw-dropping experience, because I'm very much with my eyebrow raised at people all the time. You know, I need to be a believer in a sense. And the first time I was ever read, that lady was gifted beyond, you know, crap. Seriously. She wasn't a generalized person. She was just she was probably the only person that's been a psychic that said, don't tell me when your birth date is. I don't want to know how old you are. I don't want to know anything about you. It's my job to do the work and tell you. So only time. Usually people will go, well, what's your birthday? What's this? Okay, well, great. Now you know I'm a Cancer. Now you can read the whole Cancer sign, like any, you know, because anyone that's usually in that usually knows the astrology to go with it, you know, and then they can play off those things. Okay. So when she said, don't tell me any of this stuff, then I was like, thank you. And then she read me and the friend, and it was just crazy. But anyways, like I said, you know, either people are into it or they're not. either or. She's but Angela Thomas will be on tomorrow night, and we had a good turnout when Psychic Sleuth was on. We had about 300 people in chat that night, so there's a lot of people that understand gifts. You know, do you, Alex? Do you believe it at all? Like, just to ask you, like, are you a believer a little bit that there's some people out there that are just gifted with, like, you know, I don't want to
you know, that one lady that said, I think you had her on. She said like most cops are part psychic or something. That was a pretty good take. I like that one.
Well, you're talking about Angela Thomas.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You know,
but
well, I remember. Okay, yeah,
it's like one of those things. Like, I'll believe it for myself. Not that saying I'm psychic or whatever. It's like I believe in the supernatural and all that stuff. But if somebody comes to me like right off the bat saying like, you know, that something supernatural happened and I have to do this or that because they said that, then that's where I get like, oh hell no, like get out of here. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those type of things, you know. But yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, like you know, I just believe in people can believe in whatever they want, and there's the skeptical of the world. But if we weren't all made up with all these different personalities, and then, you know, if we all thought the same, what a boring life that would be. We all thought the same. So that's why you always need the balance. You need the people that are the naysayers and the people that are the believers and this and that. But at the end of the day, you know, it's kind of like there's the evil and mean people of the world, and then there's the do-gooders, and then there's the lazy asses that don't do shit besides ride this planet for all it's worth, you know, type of thing. There's all these different types that make up this world. And that's what makes it, in a sense, so unique. Because again, it would really suck if everyone. I see Callie. Hey, Callie. And hey, Grizz. Hey, Support with Steffa. I see, you know, like I like the fact that like, for instance, us, we all have our different thoughts about Delphi, you know? And yet by the same token, you work off each other. Hey, did you hear this? No. Oh, okay. But maybe it was something that meant something you were working on, or something that you knew. Maybe it was information that added to it. So that's why it's so nice to have all these different, you know, you got Alexza the profiler, Alex the hacker gamer, you know, Big Solace, who says that he's just a nobody.
Oh, please. He underestimates himself. I think, you know, he is so talented. I learned so much from him. His videos are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He's very professional.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, people like, especially like me, that are very rugged and like abrasive. Sometimes we like need somebody professional to either give us advice or co-sign us on a lot of stuff. Because if you come out and just claim crazy stuff or do crazy stuff or whatever, people are gonna be like, get out of here, like you're freaking, get off the stage, we don't like you. But if you know, you have somebody like, he's almost like a PR person or something, but not only that, like he's good at connecting people, and he is good at like doing investigating on his own. Like I've seen him dig up stuff even on Alan that I didn't even get to, and I'm like, where did you get this? How do you find this? And so he is a good you know, detective in his own right, I would say. But I was very fortunate to meet him, you know.
Well, I was gonna say I didn't go to school for nothing, but I love to dig the shit out of people, especially if I feel like you're like, not people because I just want to, but like it's like a puzzle to me. It's like, okay, because I like puzzles, I like solving things, and you know, so from way back when I was younger, it was like I said, if you're lying to me, I'm gonna dig deep, and I'm gonna freaking find out if you're lying to me or not, because you're not gonna make me look like a fool. So I'm going to freaking, so if I feel an inkling that someone's lying, I will definitely dig through you, because I just don't like being lied to. And if I feel like you're a bit full of shit, I'm going to look at you. And that's when people send me emails, and I'm like, okay, idiots, keep sending me emails, because the emails I can typically 90% of the time find out who belongs to that email. But go ahead, keep thinking that you're smart asses and shit like that. And then like it reveals who they truly are anyway. And I warn you guys this all the time. So, hey, you know, because I like doing stuff like that, but not because I'm trying to hurt innocent people. I'm just trying to find the answers, like with Delphi. So it's like I said, some people are good at doing certain things in life. Some people are good at freaking haircutting or doing somebody's nails. Everyone has their own little specialties. Mine personally, again, is caring about people and to dig. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And like, this is for a purpose. This is for the greater good. And it doesn't matter how many of us were wrong, because at the end of the day, if it's Richard Allen, guys, everyone was wrong. Every single one of us. But
let's
who
be
cares?
honest. Here's the thing: like, all of us have been wrong in one way, shape, or form, But it's like I said earlier in an interview earlier today, it's like some people go through like 100 possibilities in one sitting, and other people, they just have one bizarre take, and that is like all they believe, that, and they're like very like abrasive about it and stuff. But like it is better to have like a Rolodex of theories and be open-ended, and not open-ended where you're like gullible and believe everything, but you're like, it's like you kind of gear things towards like practicality, all that stuff. Like just kind of keep an open mind and not get tunnel vision, because tunnel vision, I've been burned by it in true crime a lot. Even like if I was going after somebody and then I was like investigating somebody else for a whole month before I realized I was wrong, and then finally got the person that police were looking for or whatever. Yeah, it happens. But yeah, it's like, it is better to have like what's that called, contingency ideas, basically, and be like, if it's not this, it probably has to be this or something like that. Not be like, it has to be this, or I'm gonna have a meltdown and stuff like that, So yeah, I mean, like, I was on the whole what is that, the whole the gate thing, and a whole bunch of wrong theories I had. But at the same time, I was right that like it was going to be somebody we hadn't seen before, and it wasn't like the TK or the Ron Logan or something like that, But
exactly. I'm still willing to hold off. Like I said, people don't need to put the cart in front of the horse. Like I said, let's see what's actually said on stuff. And that's like same with Purdue there, to answer your question, Purdue. First of all, and I know you would think that you were intuitive as well. If I was wrong on every freaking thing that I have for the last 2 years, I'll swear to God that I lost any sort of sense of, any sort of intuition, because my life has led me well through intuition, to the point that people are always thanking me, because I could read people so well and stuff like that. Now,
yeah, but just if you're wrong on something, that doesn't like always reflect on you like you're it was all for naught, or like
right. Well,
you're stupid or something. Like, for instance, I thought Stevensons were connected to Delphi, and I did like a lot of damage in that case, and I got there because I was wrong that it was connected to Delphi. But just because I was wrong doesn't mean like the results I produced were not worth it. And same with like Delphi, like none of us caught the killer as far as I know, as of now. And it's like still like a lot of collaborations, like a lot people learn like a lot of good information in terms of like how to track people, like new techniques, like some bad people got put away, in the process of this whole thing, like an actual like other murderer. I always forget that case's name, but somebody turned them in, and like a bunch of CSAM people got caught up by police and by the sleuthers and stuff. So yeah, it's not all for nothing.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna smack myself too hard. This is the first case I've ever dived into, at all. So if it becomes a learning experience, absolutely, so be it. I'm sure you guys everyone learns something all the time.
Yeah, it's been a good ride,
So yeah, like I said, it's not like I spend my life sitting here looking in cases. I might look at people in my life if I think you're lying and stuff like that. But actually, for a case, I'm going, for me, for the most, not all of it, a good chunk of it is because Garrett Kurtz spoke, Chris Mathis spoke. These people spoke. Yeah. These people talked about the murder. That's not shit that I made up or came up with. But so there's a difference there because it's
and that's
kind
where
of like,
the practicality comes in your theory. But also you have to look on the flip side, just as like mental insurance. Like, how often do crackheads accuse people of stuff they didn't do, or they say stuff as a deterrent? So it's like, you know, watch how you treat me because I know people that probably killed, you know, so and so. It's like you have to take that into account too, so that way you're not conned by like a crackhead or something like that. So either way, they could be right, you know, maybe they are, or and they knew other people that were involved, whatever. And that is where like the bright side of like a lot of your theories come from, where they might have had like a lot of bad ambassadors ahead of time. It's like, hey, you got someone talking about a killer, a hitman, and he's been on Ron Logan's property, so it's like all those links, you know. So I've just learned, like, just be open-ended and like just don't be too hard on yourself if you are wrong, you know, because at least you plant that seed in your head, well, I was prepared in this contingency, and I had this other theory already that kind of like aligns like with this scenario if this was wrong, you know.
And you know what, everybody makes mistakes, and even profilers, police, anybody can make a mistake. And the good thing is, like, you obviously, you know, it's to learn about it and keep moving. What I don't like is, in this case, is that now there's a lot of people that are coming out and saying, hey, I knew about him, I just wasn't allowed to say. And that I don't find, I find really crappy.
That
I find really crappy.
Those too.
Or bending definitions, or bending things just to fit the fact that you're wrong. You come on and say, hey, I messed up, I am wrong. I mean, the FBI, look at how wrong the FBI was.
FBI had the wrong POI. It's like, dang.
So it's okay to be wrong, and I think it's more credible when you come out and say, hey, I made a mistake. It happens. And you move on.
Well, like I said, you know, at the end of the day, we all make mistakes. Doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Am I going to sit there and whine and cry about it? No.
And that wouldn't take credibility away from you either.
The whole goal was
life's a garden, dig it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Now, again, but I'm not trying to count my chickens before they're hatched like a lot of people still are. You know, a lot of people. But because of Doug Carter's words, I think there's a lot of people backing off, and that's what I hate. I hate it when people get on the little, you know, ant train, and then they just follow because they got the murder. That's it. Case solved. Game over. And then all of a sudden, Carter starts talking and uses the word they, and, you know, about more people and stuff like that. And then people have to back off of, you know, their mouths from the start, and it's just like just chill and wait for stuff to come out first.
So you're kind of doing what I'm doing. You're waiting. You're waiting for better info to go off of in terms of like what to turn in or what to link, or you know,
I'm just
stuff like that.
You know, I'm just waiting to see.
And it does make you wonder, why hasn't he come out and say it? You know, because I mean, if he's the one, why doesn't he say, that's Bridge Guy? So it does make you question why. I mean, he kind of alluded the question that maybe it was him, but he hasn't come out and say, "Hey, that's the same guy." So I did find it interesting that he didn't say it. So.
He alluded but didn't, and then the next conversation he did, and whatever. But you know what, you guys, we got 6 more days, and hopefully the affidavit will open up, and we'll have and like Doug Carter said, like, we should have a good understanding. So I believe that we'll have definitely a good understanding. And then, like I said, and then if people want to go on their little frenzies again after that and stuff like that. But my thing is, you know, just wait. We don't got too much longer to wait. So before anyone gets on,
longest it would be is most likely, you know, next March or something, and unless it gets delayed, but. You don't know what's going to come out. I don't think so.
Until I honestly believe that her honor goal, her honor judge goal, I think she's going to open it. I think she's going to release it. I think it's creating unnecessary talk, and I guess people are getting annoyed. That I think she knows that the pressure. I think they're pressuring her, and I think they're going to release it. And like,
well, that's the thing. You think about it's like. I definitely sympathize with the family for not wanting to unseal it, but At the same time, it's like, how many innocent people are going to be POI'd and turned into the police and have their pitchforks after them if stuff is not explained? So it's like you got to think about both sides. It sucks.
Also, believe that the family is doing whatever the prosecutor wants, because I think this is more the prosecutor. So they're gonna say, I think the best thing the family can do in this, I always said it, is I think they should hire a lawyer to, to represent them in everything, media, everything. That way they can be advised. Because I mean, this is something that he wanted, but is it the best thing that for the case, for example? So I think that's where I think they should. I think honestly they should have got a lawyer and to represent them. That's my and especially now with the case that's coming up and all the media thing that they probably have to do and all the questions that they're going to be asked and everything. I think they should get a lawyer, somebody to represent them and see their best interest for them, not for anybody else.
Yeah, like just for that reason, like if they don't want it unsealed, I'm cool. I'm definitely cool with that. It's like it's not my place or a lot of people's places, but we'll see what happens. And it's not like the first case they've ever done that for. They've done it on like a bunch of other cases. I think to a lot of people it's just the first time they've been following a case where that's happened. That's why it seems like such a big surprise. Like for me that definitely was the case on this one. Is that was the first time I had ever seen that. So
that's true, Callie. About what Callie just said. A supposed source told Wish that Richard, aka Dick, legit said he was on the bridge. They dismissed it because they were so focused on Ron Logan. Shocking if true. Almost 6 years. I think just like Kelly, just like what Adam said on here on the other live, that probably things that will come out that are in the affidavit, and one of them was just how bad the LA is going to look once they show all the mistakes that were made and stuff like that, because there was a ton. And this is like you said, and I agree, that like Karina's case, they could have solved Karina's case instantly, but no, their lazy asses would not go down and pick up that carpet that had blood on it and stuff like that. You know what? And that case could have been solved. That's no different than this one. They overlooked somebody at the start. So like, I don't know what the true story is behind it. Like, did Paul Holes go, dig it and sniff around?
Paul Holes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No.
That would be such a meme if he solved it. I would like that.
But you go back to what Robert Ives said, and I always go back to what he said, and it makes me wonder because he made it seem like there's so much evidence that anybody from the 1960s without the technology, they would have caught the guy. So it makes me wonder, like, so then what happened?
Yeah.
And he's the prosecutor. He had to see it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that Dougie's going to be like on freaking vacation, meanwhile, you know what I mean? That doesn't all make sense to me. This was somebody that came out of, like they probably were able to, whatever the reason is, they obviously linked it to Richard Allen. They had no clue who he was. They probably sealed it just for the sake of it, because they wanted to buy more time to figure out what the heck was going on. So, okay, here we have our guy. What the heck else is going on here? They got the Wabash search going on and stuff like that. Like I said,
it was crazy.
So
this past year it just ramped up like crazy. But
it absolutely, it's been on like a full steam roller coaster for quite a while now. And then it was just like I said, like a lava getting ready to explode, and then it exploded. Right? You honestly think Doug Carter would be like, oh, let me go on vacation. And then, just plan it to come back the day of the presser. I don't know. It doesn't seem right that it happened that way. It seems to me like they did not know about this Richard Allen dude. And you can tell that by the sketch. I mean, the sketch was clear as day. I mean, that right there blows anything out of the water in itself, that sketch.
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't you at some point, because they fudged it up so bad that they didn't want to introduce a third sketch, but they kept telling you, hey, you guys,
but they should have.
Why don't you just crisscross them over? I'm sure the truth somewhere lies in the middle.
And especially that Carter kept saying the guy is going to be a mixture between the first sketch and the second sketch. I think the second sketch, the eyes, I don't know if anybody noticed, the eyes are the eyes and the nose, the shape of the nose are like dead on him.
Right. And right, like I said, even I'm always still, when I see the picture of Richard versus my POI, I'm like, God, you guys look so much alike. You even got the stupid little butt chin, and stuff like that. Like even to the point that they both have like a freaking little mole in their freaking like middle of their chin, but their little butt chins there, and I'm just like it's kind of like I felt like when I seen this guy's face when he was younger, I'm like, why the hell do you look like my POI? Like, get the hell out of here. And it was no different than when Kegan was introduced and my POI was, I use the word Kegan as well. And I'm like, seriously, are you guys trying to mess with my brain or something here? But I'm not going to sit there and say shit until the whole stuff is said and done. Like people will go, why don't you apologize for this and that? You know what? I'll worry about what I do. You worry about what you guys do. And that seems pretty fair. It's nobody's business whatsoever what I do or what I don't do. Just like it's none of my business what you guys do in your life or what you guys think for a POI and stuff like that. Like, I just don't sit there and think it's anyone's place to tell other people how to think what they should do and all that stuff. Just mind your own businesses and do yourself. Do me. If I need to apologize, I'll apologize. Absolutely.
The POI I had wrong was the gun store robber from what is it, the Chelsea Smalls case. I thought that might have been him, but I was dead wrong on that for sure. That's only one. That's only other one that had a picture. Yeah, right?
It's like target practice a little bit. Well, at the end of the day, out of this all, and like I said, this is for my own self. I don't really care about what anybody else thinks or doesn't think. At the end of the day, it's what I took away from this all. What lessons I personally learned, like nobody else's voice matters to that besides my own. What did I do, say maybe morally wrong to what I typically wouldn't do, or what should I do next time if there is a next time type of thing. They're just, it's more the experience because like I said, Suzanne Morphy case I followed. This case has been totally different. This has been like a whole deep dive. It's like you're trying to put a puzzle piece. So even going back to that question, so does that mean that you can't solve puzzles? Absolutely not. It means I can solve puzzles, but I'm not going to solve them all. Doesn't mean I suck at it. It just means that, hey,
you did get to the end of some threads, that you started and we're looking for the answers. And me personally, I found like so many techniques on how to catch people digitally and stuff, Maltego, all these tools and stuff I found during the course of this investigation. Even how I found a couple of the people leaking stuff from ISP or whatever that were saying cryptic stuff. It was I found a lot of techniques that are definitely going to help me down the road that I didn't really know or I didn't know about or use before Delphi. And I'll probably use them on stuff that aren't cold cases if I'm helping friends with, somebody harassing them anonymously or something like that. So, there always is a silver lining for sure.
Lisa wants to know if you're awake, Alexza.
I know, I just saw that. I know, right? I look tired. Yeah. Well, I told you I was up until 4 a.m. looking at that psychic. So I'm a little tired. No, I am awake.
Just 1 second.
Just listening. But no, it makes sense. I mean, this whole thing, it's so interesting. And I love it how it blows up. But I also, what I don't like about this case, I don't like about certain people in this case is that they're the entitlement that people think it's like the right to know. I was talking to somebody and they were they got so upset, and I'm like, you know what? It's not this. First of all, this is not your case. I mean, we all enjoy it and everything, but this is not our case. We're not even family, anything. I get it. We all got attached to this case and everything. I get it, and I take it personally too. but with the entitlement that, you know, this has to be, you know, released, and, you know, and then they go on to this, you know, all these theories and this
The harassment,
conspiracies and
man.
everything, and you're just hurting. So, you know, you hurt the case. So, Ali, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Ali, I hope you're feeling better. Ali's in the house from Unsolved
Was she
Crimes
sick?
Uncovered. Yeah, she was saying she was sick.
Oh,
yeah. Callie says, by the way, Alex, what do you think of Leaker?
Laker, he was, I mean, there was a couple sources, some were legit, some weren't. That guy was not legit. That guy is actually scarier. His rap sheet is scarier than Allen's, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I had other people are taking care of him. That was the guy that was using the cold case to get women.
Oh,
and
the
nothing
ladies,
more.
right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't really trying to help the case. He was trying to help himself, and it was his rap sheet's scary. He is no joke.
Callie's heading off. Just so you know, he's saying bye to you, Alex.
Oh yeah, later, man. Take it easy.
So sorry. I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh yeah. But yeah, if you get the message from that person, stay away for sure. Yeah, that was freaky. I got tapped to like look more into that situation. It was, you know, a lot of it, his identity was already discovered before I even got there. But yeah, that was a rough one. He had like no business being in any cold case, to be honest. That guy is nuts. But yeah, I do wonder if he packed it up and brought it over to another cold case, and he's doing that routine. So they basically repackaged theories they heard on Reddit or Facebook or some legit stuff they heard from, you know, some of the real people leaking stuff, and they repackaged it. And we're just trying to get ladies, whether they were in a relationship or not, to like send them.
Do you think it was the same person, or do you think it was somebody else? Like there was like two leakers. You believe those two?
You know, I know of one that was legit leaking good stuff, and then I know of another one that was like, you know, there was a bunch of fakes and stuff, and it like turned into a meme. Anytime I saw that stuff, whether the info, you know, raise an eyebrow or whatever, I knew, you know, it was just weird. It was off. And a lot of people did, you know, a lot of people back then were like, screw that person, like something's not right there. But you know, I can understand like wanting to get attention, like being cryptic, you know, it's like putting on the mask and being like, yeah, I got some good info, and you know, stuff like, and they're like basking in the, you know, attention. But their goal was pretty malicious, you know. They were like straight up, you know, flirting with people that were
actually, you know what, I think there was another content creator that actually said the same thing that you're saying, that actually said that he knew who it was, he knew his name, and actually he's married, and I think he was like flirting with people and getting numbers.
It was pretty gnarly. And like, I saw some
that.
screenshots. He was talking, I don't know if YouTube's gonna block it or whatever, but he was talking about like all the dirty stuff he was into, and it was like a huge list. It looked like the freaking Star Wars intro crawl. I was like, dang, dude. So what's going on here? Yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, that will always be a thing in true crime. Always. People like that really have malicious intent doing that type of stuff. So yeah, I don't think that's going to go away ever, no matter, you know, what case you go to or whatever. But yeah, that was freaky. That was a lot of effort for that. I'm like, dude, why not just like go on Tinder, or, you know, find like a underwater basket weaving Facebook group and try your luck there? Why does it have to be like a cold case? That was so bizarre. But yeah, that was weird.
There's always those people in the world, though, that, you know, have to try to, you know, either, you know, shade you away from the truth and throw it. You know, there's sick, twisted people that enjoy doing stuff, whether with no regard to the dead girls at all, and just put stuff out there purposely to try to throw, you know, like these little things, and of course someone grabs onto it, starts spreading it, then it becomes like part of the equation again and stuff like that. But it's for the fact that some people, and this is where, like they can go deal with their own karma that comes at them in life, and that when they literally take two girls that have been murdered and sit there and make a joke in a sense out of it, for their own benefit of, thinking that it's funny, thinking whatever. So, whatever. I mean, can't control it. Can't control it. Those people will always
and
be
I'm
there.
surprised there hasn't been any more of those, more, copycats that come in and say, hey, I know information or whatever.
Yeah, it's even worse. Yeah, they got copycats.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
All I know is I'm on the edge of my seat, waiting for hopefully the 22nd to come, and during that time, I'm working on. Just so you guys know, like, did you like my little merch that I was working on? I was doing hashtag day. I was thinking I'm a Canadian. I was like, I'm a Canadian. But anyways, you guys, just so you know, again, when I drop the bio link, you can follow me on Twitter and Adam on Twitter. You can follow me on Instagram. You can follow the Facebook page. You can become a member. Member is $1.99 if you choose to. Then that can give you access to our private Facebook group. You can go to the meme page. Don't forget, we're still accepting donations for and we're not, just to let you know, you guys, forever who's watching now, we will do a donation night coming up soon here for Blaine's 3 kids, for his 3 children still. Blaine was I really miss Blaine. I really do miss that dude so much. Blaine would come on our channel. Yeah, you know what? It just he was a nice guy, and that's what I appreciate about you guys too. Like both Alexza and Alex and Fig and CD and everybody that comes on here. I mean, there's others too, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't know who Unsolved Crimes is. I keep saying she loves me and stuff, now, but there's so many creators out there that I just, like I said, I respect what you guys do. I respect your channels, but what I respect the most, Alex, is and Alexza and that and other people that come on here, is that you guys give your time willingly because you guys have great hearts and you're just being like what I call true friends. I really just want to say that I appreciate that, and I appreciate the people in chat that I've come to know as well, or other ones that I don't know so much. But thank you for keeping this like nice and classy and respectful and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's really nice to have people that you can rely on, that are trustworthy, and that will help you out in a bind, or maybe doesn't want to come on and do a live, but does it anyway,
No, and you know what it is? It's also you become really a community because you get to know each other. You become friendly, email behind the scenes, and like I cannot tell you how happy I am to know everybody, to talk to everybody in the chat. How friendly they always been. It's amazing. It really amazes me.
There's not like, sleuth intuition, for instance. Okay, like I've been on a show twice, and I've been on Joe Ballistic's show, and I've been on CDs for a few minutes for one night, but then my husband came to bed. But it's just like I know that there's like a lot of guy creators and the female creators and stuff like that, but like Sleuth was the first one to ever invite me on a show. Like let me put it this way, people weren't as nice as what I thought they were when I first came into true crime at all. And those Canadians, if I could ship some of you guys off to the freaking freaking some island somewhere where the tide goes out and comes back in, and oops, there you go.
Is there a rivalry amongst the Canadians in true crime?
Well, let me put it this way. The Canadians are just usually known for being nice, sorry, stuff like that. What I found so far is that I'm very disappointed in a lot of the fellow Canadians that are creators. Don't get me wrong. It's not all of them, but definitely in some of the fellow creators for Canadians, I'm definitely disappointed of what they stand for and who they are. But you know what? That's, it's just because our expectation in Canada, for the most part, is that you're supposed to be kind, loving, caring, and helpful. And yet I'm finding for myself that I'm more, I almost feel like I'm American, even though I'm a Canadian, because of the bond that I have more with the Americans than I do with the Canadian creators. and not take away from, like I said, those really nice Canadians out there. And then I want to give a, you know, like, and there's this lady that sent me a message today saying, you know what, Sunny, and she's from the UK, and she was like, Sunny, just so you know, there's something I wanted to buy you. I'm sending it to you. I know how much it costs. My husband's from the UK, so when they ship Royal Mail, that's not cheap, right? You know, I don't want to say the name in case she doesn't want me to, but anyways, and she's like, she showed me today, like, this email of, you know, with my address on it saying, hey, I wanted you to have something. I know you'll really like it, and I'm going to send this to you. And it's just like, and it was just such a beautiful thing. I was just like, for someone just to like go, I'm thinking about you today, Sunny, and I'm going to, you know, do that. It's so nice. So trust me when I say, I really, really take stuff like that. You know, I take people's kindness and their generosity of their time and just the caring people. I take that to heart. It really fills up my love cup, and it really makes me feel loved. That there's those type of people out in the world that just go, you know, hey, you know, I'm gonna maybe come on Sunny's Live, or I'm gonna, you know, send Sunny a gift. I mean, Kristen from Behind the Crime Door, you know, sent us all these, Abby and Flora. Things. I haven't taken them off yet, you know. And it's just beautiful little things like that are unexpected. So trust me, there's way more nicer people when it comes to, at least let me put it this way. I only try to associate myself with those type of peoples, because those are the ones that really mean a lot and impact my heart. So I wanted you guys to say that, because again, Alex, I know that you always don't like necessarily being on a live, and Alexza had said to me, like, hey, I know Adam's gone, so if you need me a little extra, you know, I can step in, you know, and it's just, thank you, you know, and not saying, I'm not trying to forget anyone else, but then, of course, you know, I'm just talking mostly because you guys are both here right now, but
no, but you know, I always told you that. I mean, I appreciate you. I mean, I think you are sometimes very I think people misunderstand you a lot. And I remember, like, I always tell you the story how I came. Like, I remember somebody told me horrible things about you, and I was like, and I came and I saw it, and I was like, I don't think that's the way she is. And I kind of was like, like a challenge, like, oh, let me see what's there. And I stuck around. And so I think people misunderstand you. I think the bluntness, I think they take the bluntness for bitchiness, and I hate when people do that.
I think, in Rio, I just joke around a lot, and I laugh a lot, and I don't even have this big temper. I only get a temper when somebody tells me I should be doing something that's none of their business, or they talk to me in a disparaging way. Like I've said, I don't need to take shit from online people whatsoever. I just, like you guys don't need to take it either, but I don't need to take it from anybody. You know, YouTube and this channel does not run my life. I run my life, you know, and so if people want to come on and attack, well, like I said, I've been in abusive relationships, and I've been kicked around, beaten around, and I don't need to take anyone's shit from anybody, because I've dealt with that stuff. So that's why I come off more brash online, is because I don't need to deal with other people's issues. You know, I'll deal with me. You guys deal with yourselves. And if you're kind and caring and loving in that, you don't ever have to worry. But if you're mean, hurtful, hateful, and whatever, get the hell out of my life right now, because I don't want you in it. I don't care, you know, because the world that makes it a better place is the beautiful hearts, and it's not the mean ones. And the mean ones that try to attack, they're the ones that have issues themselves. It's not me that has the issue. You know, there's nothing wrong, right, Alex or Alexza or anyone else in chat? When you love and care about people, and you spend your time, free time, people acting like you're getting this blood money or stuff like this and all these crazy things. Yeah. I mean, and it's just not true. Maybe, you know, like I said, I'll never sell my soul to the devil, ever. I'm not built that way. But if at the end of the day, reward for the fact that, you know, that I can help somebody else, and in the interim YouTube wants to pay for ads, why wouldn't anyone do that, right? People want to donate, they'll donate. If they want to buy merch, they'll buy merch. But my point is that I'll never sell my soul to the devil, ever. But so people can accuse me whatever they want. Great, enjoy it. Sit there, speak about me, dream about me all day long, and I still won't care. You know how bad somebody hates me. It makes
That's
no
just
difference.
part of the risk. You know, in true crime, there's like two big risks. It's like wrong theories and speculation that end up, you know, because I definitely had that. My friend's like, you wish you go back and delete that Trend Fire interview. I'm like, no, I said like that is, you know, what I was onto something. You know, a lot of people, that's just what comes with true crime. You know, you gotta have thick skin. Even just being anywhere on the internet, you can't like cry about every bad thing. You know, and you know, I've seen people be like, oh, what did he do for this case exactly? He didn't do anything, nothing burger. And it's like, well, what did you do for this case? Because I actually turned in a couple pedos, and I can't name one damn thing you did. And one lady was saying, she's like, oh, I know my husband's a hacker, a better hacker than Alex. And Alex is a liar and all this stuff. And then, and I told her, I said, well, if your husband's a better hacker, he should be helping out on the case, but he probably can't because he's dealing with your sorry ass all day. Well, turns out this lady was lying that she even had a husband. She had never been married. I caught her later on. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything. That's an L all on its own, you know, but yeah, that stuff happens, you know. It's like you just have to accept it. I've learned like most of the time, like just not even addressing it is better. If somebody's vicious and doing the whole like you know, we're gonna get your family and mom and all that, you know, the death threats, you know, there's different ways to deal with them and stuff. It's whatever. But I did, like I said on True Crime Bloke's page, it is funny that people were so willing to like threaten YouTube creators and be like, I'm going to get your family, YouTube creator. I'm going to get your wife, YouTube creator. But none of these people were threatening Bridge Guy at all. Or I should say the artist formerly known as BG, you know, he's been caught. It's like the Prince or something. But yeah, none of them threatened Bridge Guy. It's like they were afraid he was going to show up at their house or something. And I'm like, they were going after easier targets, you know? So that was pretty weird. Yeah.
Well, one second, Alex. Just 1 second, Alexa. I wouldn't have met you had it not been for Trend of Fire. So I'm very grateful for that I actually watched that show. And as for, you know, so I mean, like I said, you know, for me, I'm grateful that I watched Trend of Fire. And then I reached out to you on there. But so it's been a pleasure, like I said, because Alex is a really great guy. Some people I know say you're quirky and that. Great. Love it. I would hate to be normal. You know, I love quirkiness. And it, like I said, if that's how some people do it, I know that you have a really great heart as we talk a lot behind the scenes, and people that know you know that side. And maybe he's not the most, you know, like I said, he's not this person that sits there and does lives and has YouTube channel all going. He's more of a behind the scenes thing. But I love quirky. You know, I love that my husband's quirky. And the other thing I was going to say is, you know, Deb and myself were both threatened to have knives slid across our throat by people that would come into the channel. And after a while, even Deb at first, you know, she was like really kind of bugging her after a while. But then after a while, she just got really tired of it. And it was like, dude, here we are. Seriously, come on. Like, come on. But that's what people do. Yeah. Like that's how those people will stoop to come threaten and slice our throats and stuff like that. It's just crazy. Like crazy.
Yeah. But
we'll take it out on the BG.
They didn't do that. They didn't do that on BG at the time. It's crazy, but
no. And some people like attacking also. You know, like so. You know, for the most part, I have to say people have been very nice to me and everything. But you know, some people have come after me too, attacking. Not many, but you know, especially with the graphology. And I get it, and I always say, you know what, it is what it is. You know, I cannot predict the future. That's not what it is. I can see your traits, your personal traits, and that's it. I cannot tell you, you know, what you're going to do. There are people out there that claim that they can. I can't. So I'm very honest about that. And, you know, some people, you know, I mean, I don't think they were mean, but there was another person that also did kind of the same thing that I did, that she was a little bit mean. So
yeah, a lot of it's over jealousy or bitterness, and you know, I've tracked down a few of these people, and once I saw their like face and living conditions, I'm like, you know, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm like, I'm out of here, bro.
No.
It's, you know,
And
just
also,
let it
you know,
be.
they attack you because they're like, how come you're not coming outside to defend your, and I'm like, what am I going to defend? I don't need to make videos. I don't need to defend myself. I am who I am. People believe me. I don't care. Like, I
Yeah.
don't care. I am
We have
here.
this-
I'm giving my opinion. People believe whatever. That's it.
You know what's weird about Delphi is I had two heroes, you know, because I mod video games and make video games, and I had two heroes. One is Monty Owen. He passed away. He worked on some Halo videos like Rooster Teeth, Red versus Blue. That was a show. It was like a popular internet show. And then the other one, his name was Anthony Clark, and he was part of Xbox Underground. And oddly enough, Delphi like connected to stuff from my past. Like for instance, if I didn't hack Kegan Kline, I would have never got on Trendify. And if I never got on Trendify, I would have never figured out what exactly happened to Anthony Clark, like how he died. I always thought it was like an accidental overdose. It like turned out that EA Games like pressured him, you know, until he committed suicide. And you know, I ended up like talking like with the leader of Xbox Underground and stuff because of that. So that was weird. And then Kat, she's a true crime sleuther. She was a voiceover artist on Red versus Blue, you know, the show that Monty Ohm worked on. So it, you know, there was some silver lining in that. And you know, like I was saying on another interview, it's like it is crazy how like you do still see silver linings off, like, you know, it's unfortunate that it had to happen, you know, a tragedy have to happen, but it's better than just like all sadness and grief after the fact. You know, it's like I've seen a lot of good things happen like in the course of all this going down, you know, friendships being made, like other bad people getting put away. Yeah, so it's been that part of it is like, you know, is pretty good. That's like the best part to me to come out of all this. And to be honest, it's like even better than, I never cared about any reward or like income or anything like that. It's like, yeah, just like the adventures, putting people, you know, that are bad like away or scaring them, whatever, and then like the friendships have been like really cool, you know.
Yeah, you do it because you believe in it. You don't do it for anything.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Hey, Alex, can you just, okay, I know we talked about this, and just so other people in chat understand this. So I know that you do have a YouTube channel, but I asked you about this and you literally said that, you know what, no, but I don't put anything really on it. So people are asking. So can you just answer yourself to them?
It's called Weird Alex V altogether. So it's like Weird Al, but it's like altogether Weird Alex V. And I got like one 3D video out there I made with my buddy or whatever, but I don't have anything on there now. I might do stuff down the road. You know, probably like tutorials on how to like use certain softwares, you know, for true crime, something like that.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'll do something on there down the road. But yeah, if you guys want to follow, go ahead, you know. Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, are you modded in here, Alex?
No.
Oh, well, just type in the chat really quick.
I can't even type in because I was sub to you on my alt YouTube, so I just subbed to you on my main one. But let's see, 4 hours says I got to be on 4 hours or longer.
Oh, I can take that off, silly man.
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
1 second. Okay. Edit.
Yeah, I'll drop the link.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so here, let me. I think you have to wait 5 minutes, so no matter what.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, hold on. Let's see if it will take 1 minute. Okay.
Oh, sweet, nice. Slow mode. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm posting it. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait,
messages, subscriber only mode, messages that appear are from, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see it. All right.
Just type hi in the chat for a sec.
Let me see. Hold on. Hi. Blah, blah, blah. There you go. Whoa.
Okay. Let me see if I can see it.
No, it didn't go through. It's still like doing
Sunny turned on. Wait, Sunny only subscriber. Sunny turned on. Wait, yeah, but I put it down to 1 minute.
Yeah, it has like a little timer or something going on.
Watch all the trolls come in.
They're gonna flood in there waiting.
I know, right? They're just
vultures. Yeah.
I hate watching her, but I love watching her. Yeah, I guess I could have just turned it right off, perhaps.
See, that's something I don't understand. Like, why would you watch somebody that you don't like? And then have the audacity. Okay, you don't like them. Okay, I get it. Maybe you're being a masochist and okay, you're forcing yourself to see something you don't like. I get it. But why even comment on it and be vile about it? What is it the need? How empty is your life that you have the need to do that? I truly, and I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I work among many psychologists and psychiatrists, and I always wonder, like, why are people like that? It really amazes me. Like, what's the end goal anyway?
I just don't
get it. Criticize sometimes the videos, and I'm just like, why did you watch it? I don't like this creator. Why do you watch it? I don't like a creator. I have creators that I cannot stand them. I try to respect everybody. I try to give opinion, chances to everybody. But there's ones that I cannot stand. Really, I'm sorry, but I can't. I don't watch them, but I don't go there and say, hey, I think you're a jerk.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I know. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's actually one of the most laughable things. And let me say this. Ray Jones, me and Ray Jones, he's been following me for a long time. We had a little thing one time because Ray Jones is very feisty as well and whatever.
Yeah.
But I do want to thank him because he'll sit there and he'll look at some nasty comments and he'll be like, always sitting there. Like, I remember somebody left a comment and I said, why don't you go to everybody else's YouTube channels? And he's like, Sonny, I don't have time to follow. I don't have time to follow this person around to every freaking channel because there's, and I'm just like, but he's always there to sit there and be like, well, maybe if you talk nicer, because, so I just want to say, Ray Jones, and that I always do appreciate that. It always makes me giggle when somebody tries to attack or say something ignorant. And then, some of them come around and, especially Ray, and will be like, leave a little sarcastic remark back on them. And it's just like, you catch more bees with honey for sure, than you do with vinegar. So, but the nicer you are, right? And so to me, it's like, hey, if I'm going to make you, if you're going to be, ignorant, I'm just going to block you. Go make your other account. All I care. And then, have fun doing it and come back and see us. And because, obviously you can't stay away, which is ridiculous. Like, you hate the channel, but you or hate me, but you want to watch the information. Leeches, what can I say? Like, leech much, and then so I just that's how I feel. It's like, leech much, like the info, like, all these creators spend so much time, and like I said, and then people come around just leeching the information as if somehow they are deserving of it. Whereas I don't feel that way at all. I'm feeling like if you're a good person, nice person, whatever, you'll subscribe because I have it on subscribers only mode, just because I don't want to have the trolls in there. But why those people feel the need? It's laughable. Let me put it that way. I have a good chuckle all the time. Oops, block.
Yeah.
I literally just sit there and go, sometimes I'll send them back a message and then I'll wait for them. Like, I'll literally sit there and wait a minute and then I'll be like, okay, so, now you're going to get blocked. But I just wanted you to see my message first before I blocked you, just for the sake of it. Because honestly, it just makes me laugh so hard. But anyways, so you have a moderator status now, Alex. So anytime you're in there. Well, I mean, that's just awesome. Meaning, if you build your channel and ever, like I said, want to drop something, whether it's your website, for your games and stuff like that you create and stuff like that, like I said, so don't ever be shy, right? That's what we're here for, just to help each other along the road, not to take away, but just to help each other along the road. And that's about it. Yeah. And so unless you guys have anything else to say, I don't want to keep you guys anymore. I know, well, me and Alex, we're in like 9:30 here. Alexa's some of these other people are
so early. It's early.
It's early. Yeah.
You can keep until 4 hours.
Alex, he sleeps like I do. Yeah, like sometimes at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm awake still with my head, or else maybe I got an hour in.
Yeah.
Did you, Alex? How much do you honestly sleep in a day?
About usually like 7 to 8 hours. Not every day though. Sometimes only 3 to 4, but sometimes I'll skip a night.
Oh wow.
And it doesn't matter. I've been like a painter. I've worked all sorts of odd jobs and whatever. It doesn't matter if I'm working like a full day or not at all. I'll like skip a whole night of sleep. Usually at least once every 2 weeks, I would say. It's weird. It's like my rhythm's all jacked up or whatever. But yeah, it's my grandparents know I'm a night owl and stuff. Like that's what they call me. So I think I don't know. I just I'm not gonna bash on anybody for taking sleeping pills, but for me personally, I just did not like them. So some people need them, so I'd rather stay off them if possible. So yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm the same too. I have to say, before I was normal, I guess I used to sleep. I never slept too much, but I used to sleep. But after I got sick and after the chemo and everything, I think my sleeping habits definitely changed. And now I only sleep maybe 1 or 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to notice that now that as I get older, it's getting a little bit more difficult. So I do get tired in the afternoon. So, I'm trying to sleep more. But I mean, usually I like to work at night. I think that's where my creative side, that's when, my kids, my husband, nobody's bothering me. So I can do whatever.
Nighttime, when my husband's sleeping and whatever, and even it used to be with my ex-husband too. When my son and that, I'd be sitting there playing RuneScape. It was just quiet.
Yeah.
I was just quiet. It's like me and the world, and I just sit there and go, But even now, like my husband, he's sleeping, and I was trying to sleep today. I never did quite get that sleep in that I said I thought I was gonna do, because the husband decided he was gonna come lay down beside me, and I'm not even gonna go there though. So, but anyway, so I never did get that sleep in, by the way. And then, but I just like that peaceful time at night when the world's dead, and I'm just looking at it. And honestly, when the Christmas tree and then stuff goes up,
oh my God, me too. Oh, I love that.
Like, stay away from me, people. Anyone, I'm just enjoying the Christmas lights. I'm just looking at how peaceful it is and how beautiful it is. I love that. I could literally look at a fireplace all day. I could look at Christmas tree lights all day. If this world was a big gingerbread man house, I would be so in heaven, to be honest. I just, do you love Christmas, Alex? There was not big thing.
I'm more of a Halloween person, to be honest, and summer.
I can see that.
But yeah, Christmas, all right. Yeah.
You're like, you know what you need to do when like, say one day when you're, having your own family and stuff, you need to have a Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh yeah. I love that movie as a kid. I think I saw that one in theaters. I was sick. Yeah, but yeah, like at Disneyland, I prefer the Nightmare Before Christmas Haunted Mansion versus the regular one. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that is why I liked was it Kingdom Hearts when that came out? I only got Nightmare Before Christmas because Disney kind of they distanced themselves from Nightmare Before Christmas when it came out. Like they didn't even put Disney on it. They put Touchstone. And then once they realized people loved it, then they went back and are like, oh, it's Disney's Nightmare Before Christmas. So, it was pretty cool to see it go from like being obscure to like super popular. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I was going to say, I mean, and I totally didn't get that you were a Halloween person more than a Christmas. Didn't get that vibe at all. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Just to quickly answer Zendaya, we don't know for sure if they literally ignored it or if it becomes part of it. We will see what comes out all on the 22nd and see where that takes us. You know that. And go ahead, Ronnie, we're going to get off anyway. So you go, whoever needs their sleep, go get some sleep. But I want to say that I know that this ran a little bit later than we normally do it because Fig could come on from 7 to 8. So I just scheduled a half an hour later. But for all you people on the East Coast and all those people across the world, for those people that they're legitly, and I understand this. There are legit these people out there that will set their alarms to come to watch the live, right? And that makes me always, fills up my love cup as well, because there was someone from South Africa that was like, well, I'm gonna go to sleep now so that I can set my alarm for like 4:30 and stuff like that. And it's just stuff like that bless you guys for caring. Oh, there's Lewis. Hey, Lewis. Oh, just time to say goodbye.
I know. I thought he was gonna come in the panel today. I was like, okay.
Well, the thing is that, Lewis has been on quite a bit, and I didn't want it to be over much. And I know that I don't like to overuse him either. Yeah. I mean, I will abuse. No, I'm just kidding. But, but he doesn't need, I don't want to over abuse him too much. And I knew that, I wasn't sure exactly how many people were going to come on the panel today. Mm-hmm. And that, it's funny, Alexza, because I thought to myself, at one point tonight, I was going to say, hey, should I ask Lewis if he wants to come on or not? And then honestly, we got to talking now, and then I totally forgot about it. But I love Lewis. Lewis knows I love him. He's always, Lewis, every time I ask him, besides Sundays is his day off. But if ever I need people and stuff like that and say, hey, because it just makes it, I like it for the fact that everyone has their perspectives. And instead of just listening to me, you got, your perspective, Alex's perspective, Lewis's perspective, Adam's perspective, and just different. So I really, truly enjoy the whole camaraderie, or whatever you want to call it, of just the different insights, and, it makes the fun, funner and stuff like that as well, So, but anyways, yeah, so I don't know, if you guys are ready to go, I could sit here and talk all night for another hour.
Yeah,
or so,
no, I have no problem. Yeah, I know, and we have.
I'll stay as long as you guys want. It's up to you.
Yeah, we have no problem.
Did you abusing you? Did you have anything? Did you say you needed to go, Alexza?
Are you kicking me?
No,
maybe she wants to stay with you. It's like, okay, bye.
Because if you wanted to hang, then
I'm kidding. And no, I have no problem. No, I'm telling you, I usually book you for 4 hours.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me just quickly drop Lewis the link then. Oh, I think I locked the bathroom door on my husband, and he had to come into the bedroom to go around to the other side. I do that so many times. Lewis, I will drop you the link if you want to come on for a few minutes. One second here. What's his name again? Lewis. Why can't I find you? Sorry, Lewis. I'm trying. I keep seeing this thing turn red. But okay, give me 1 sec. You guys chatter. See if there's anybody in chat saying anything. I'm just gonna quickly.
Yeah, I had a couple that I skipped through.
Sure.
Somebody's talking. I didn't answer stuff, but let me see. Yeah, the YouTube video that was talking about leaker. I don't remember that one. I think he's talking YouTube video. It might have been what somebody else had mentioned in regards to leaker or whatever. But yeah, that whole drama that's been going on for a while. That yeah, I never really paid attention too much when that stuff came out, but it just started getting bad recently. But yeah, that's all kind of now that the case is solved, it's pretty good. But yeah, the person that was doing that was trying to say they were still trying to keep the con going, and saying that they knew about Richard Allen, just couldn't say anything. And I'm like, yeah, right, dude. You didn't know anything, dude. It's get out of here. Yeah, they tried lying that they hacked law enforcement. Yeah, that was a total lie. That's a bad lie to do. That's a lie that will get you really investigated if you keep saying that stuff. That's bad. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey,
hi,
what's
Liz,
up?
how are
you
you
doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Hey, Liz.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Lewis. I don't know if my thing did. No, it's not good. Yeah, I can't tell. He might have muted. Oh, disconnected.
You know what?
Yeah.
While we're waiting for him to come back, I just want to play that other clip for a sec. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Lewis.
Yes.
Lewis, I'm just gonna play that other quick that's only a couple minutes long.
That short one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, you know which the one from the lawyer dude. Okay, so give me a sec, guys, and we'll just be right back.
All right.
On this Delphi murder case is, how does Richard Allen have bond? Yeah, his bond is $20 million, but the Indiana Constitution is quite clear. There's no bail for murder or treason. That is in the Indiana Constitution. Now, a person charged with murder or treason can ask for bail, but that has to be in a separate hearing. Now, I have never done a bail hearing on treason, but I have done a bail hearing for a murder charge. And it is like a mini trial with only a judge. At this bail hearing / mini trial, witnesses are called, a judge hears the evidence, and there's still no bail if the state proves to the judge by preponderance of the evidence that the accused committed murder. Now, preponderance of the evidence is a fancy way of saying more likely than not. It's not even close to beyond a reasonable doubt that is required for a criminal conviction. Think of preponderance of the evidence as 51%, just a smidge more than halfway. That's actually the standard in most civil lawsuits. So, if murder doesn't get bond unless there's a hearing, how does Richard Allen have a bond? He is charged with murder. There should be no bond until and unless there's a bail hearing. Because the record is sealed, we don't know how he has a bond, but I can try to guess. Is it because Richard Allen is charged with felony murder as opposed to normal murder? I don't think that matters for purposes of bail. Even though felony murder under Section 2 of the statute for murder does not require the accused intend for the victims to die, the Indiana Constitution says murder, not just Section 1 murder. So there still should not be bail unless there's a hearing. Is this bond the state's way of waving the white flag, saying they know the murder charge against Richard Allen is not particularly strong or even perhaps weak? If this is the case, it should still be unconstitutional for him to have a bond because he's still facing a murder charge. There still would have to be a hearing. Is it something else we don't know? This is why I hate the fact the case is sealed. And it isn't all about me. Everyone should be irritated the case is sealed because it leads us all to speculate what's going on. The criminal justice system in Indiana is built on transparency and access to the courts. And when that transparency is gone, it causes us all to question the entire process. And this isn't the only weird thing about this case. Let's just add it to the list of things that are odd. Number 1, felony murder instead of normal murder. Number 2, sealed record, which is contrary to how most every other criminal case is done in Indiana. Number 3, a judge who has recused himself. Number 4, the holding of Richard Allen in 3 separate jails in the short time he's been in custody. And now number 5, there's a bond on a murder case. Something is not adding up. Let's hope the hearing on 11/22 solves some of these mysteries. If you have any thoughts on this case, subscribe and leave a comment below. I will try to respond to all comments, but I cannot promise to do so. Importantly, Richard Allen is innocent until and unless proven guilty in a court of law. Even more importantly, remember, always plead the fifth.
So, back to us there. There we go. Okay.
I love that. Always plead the fifth. The fifth. I love that. So fun. Typical defense lawyer.
So, Louis, just did you only come into?
We will not discuss evidence that's related
that's
to
me.
this
I'm bad. Hold
investigation. On behalf.
That was me. I was like, Louis, what you playing back there, dude? Louis, did you just come into the live, or were you in it most of the night? Oh, Louis, your microphone's off. Well, his mic's off.
Oh, yeah. Check the mic.
I'm not sure if he's having issues or not. Garth is out. Louis.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm having crazy audio issues. I don't know what it is. No, I just jumped on and said hi. I was tied up all day, so.
Well, okay.
After I talked to you earlier, I wound up getting busy again too. So.
I don't want. Okay, tied up all day. All right, way to start the conversation.
They finally untied me, let me out.
Okay. Were you in that secluded dungeon? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that one video I sent you.
So, I know that you're always up to speed, but what are your thoughts about Doug Carter's interview? You watched that one, I know.
Well, which interview?
The one from Hammer and Nigel.
Okay. Well, my thoughts on that is the first thing that jumped out again, because I know there's controversy over it, but the way he explains the sketches again still comes off as the second sketch, which is the first drawn sketch coming from a person's interpretation. So it's something somebody saw, and he said that directly. And the way he works his wording, that would not be an accident. So I'd have to say that once again, we know that both sketches came from people that saw a person there physically, not off of a picture or something on a screen.
Because what did Kelsey say? Remember Kelsey said something about them using some sort of
the DNA?
Yeah.
That's never been really stated as a yes or a no, and the only thing I've heard stated by law enforcement is that they've not done that, but you never know what they're telling you or at what stage they might have. But that was not something that they were talking about doing in 19 when that sketch came out. I don't think that had anything to do with the sketch, especially when the sketch artist said he physically drew that, and he did that right after the 13th. So
I just think that was a bunch of malarkey myself. I think that the whole two sketch things and putting them together, it's just feeding us a bunch of crap. I mean, that's just how it worked out. You started taking this from that and this from that picture, and there we go. Then we created Richard, whatever. But I just think that they were way off the ball. Then I am a little bit floored by that whole sketch thing of old guy, young guy.
If you pay attention to Doug Carter, especially in that last interview you're talking about, when they question him about that second sketch, he always gives a weird smile and never wants to say it's the same person. It's just weird the way he handles that question. He sidesteps it, makes a smile. You can see that he's thinking about what to say. So they're purposely wording things with that. If you watch him, sometimes he speaks like he's passionate. Sometimes he speaks like he's thinking of how to word something so that it doesn't come off giving too much info.
Yeah, of course. And I seen the smirk that you're speaking of when he was asked about that too. And I was just like, that's why I was just like, dude, come on now. But
it just makes me think that there's definitely more than one person involved, and they know what's going on, and it's just not being released to the public. And I think that's the whole reason for sealing things. I've jumped back and forth between that many times, but I've jumped on the two-person thing strongly after listening to Lesenby's interviews for a third time about a year ago, and that's just got me stuck on that.
Well, according to Adam, there's no names in this affidavit. Now, as for meaning, just simply as for names putting out there, it wouldn't really be smart if they put names out there, obviously, unless these people were arrested first. But and just to go to Alex quickly, Alex. So I'm trying to remember because somebody just asked about what was it? Something about Delphi. All
right, my involvement in Delphi is I hacked Kegan Kline, which is pretty obvious they didn't have his passwords, or else they would have locked that thing down better for sure. That was like an oversight or something. So I gave it to them, so they go in there, do whatever they needed to do, and I hunted down a bunch of predators that were in the unredacted transcript that police that had talked to Kegan, shared CSAM with him, like Hannah Rossel, Eleanor 18. I hunted them down and gave them to police. And then I was going around like cases that had similar attributes as Delphi. To me, like Great Bend Bakery murders, Florence Salon murders, Stevenson's, Katie Janess, a bunch of other murders. I was going to all the police, and I had a list of like the attributes of the murders and where they like had cross pollination, and I was dumping them like at each those law enforcement agencies. I was like calling them all up and being like, hey, this might be related to this because of that. There might be overlinkage, but here's where they link. It's like rumored cleaner used in this crime scene, confirmed cleaner used in this crime scene. This one is nearly decapitated, stuff like that. This one is body posing and near decapitation. Like this one's confirmed. This one's rumored. I had all these lists, and I was going around all the law enforcement agencies, and I was like dumping them. Mostly in the past year. Stevenson's was last year and stuff, but yeah. Other than like the predator hunting, I didn't really have much a hand in else of Delphi, to be honest. And as I was doing the predator hunting and stuff, it started like to confirm that this was not so much dark web related, and it's like it started making me want to go for a theory agnostic way to catch the killer, which I was starting to do behind the scenes before Alan got caught. I was like trying to find him based off of like Kelly's FBI profile, and like do stuff like fog reveal, like see who was at the bridge, like on weird times or on the anniversary of the murder since the murder occurred. Like an MIT speech-to-face analysis. I was going to do that where it takes audio of somebody's voice and it makes like a picture of them. So I was going to do stuff with that once I got a hold of that. But other than that, I didn't have much a hand in Delphi. I came like way later than most people. So yeah. That was it.
Thank you. Lewis, I wanted to ask you with regards to Dan Doolin. So was it Dan Doolin that that Richard Allen talked to, or was it the other dude, Jared?
That Dan name is the one that came up multiple times. It was not confirmed to me by anyone connected closely to the case, but that's the name that I was given by people that I've talked with.
Okay, so there's two of them that were there that day, and conservation officers during the search, and one was that Dan Doolin, and the other one was Jared coughing. So, but my question was going to be to you. So, why do you think that Richard Allen apparently went to a conservation officer and said that, hey, I'm at the bridge. I was there that day. I didn't see anything, type of thing. But just, hey, wanted to include myself, just to exclude myself. What's your thoughts there?
Well, we don't know if he had some connection and knew him, or if he just felt comfortable because he had a relationship or not, or if he showed up and it was the first person he saw that was in a uniform. I mean, there could be any reason why he went to a conservation office. I don't want to give him too much credit saying that he planned it out that way, because it might be somebody that not closely connected, because actually DNR in Indiana are highly trained. They're just like any officer that's going to be on the state police. It's not like certain states where it's a little bit different. So I put nothing negative on the officer that spoke to him, because I think any officer that spoke with him would have had the same response, and it would have gone into a folder which was handed over, because at that time the FBI stepped in. I'm almost positive that the FBI went over that file, Georgia went over that file, and nobody picked this out for some reason, and that makes no sense to me. But there had to be some reason why it was not a viable conclusion to any law enforcement that looked at that.
Okay, Deb's saying he knew him. Deb, are you referring to Dan on that one? And what do you mean only 44 likes? Really, guys? Like 300, 400, no, 300 and something people in chat? Come on.
Oh, it's because I showed up late.
Is that what the problem
I wasn't in chat telling everybody to put their thumbs up.
Well, Alex and Big and Jason and Alexa deserve at least 50 each. And Lewis, 51 for you, I suppose?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I give 51 for Lewis. 52.
Really?
I've explained to you why I think the problem is there. If a lot of people are watching the live on a phone or device, you don't have the ability to hit the like unless you close chat out. And I think that's why you don't get the likes. And that's why whenever I get into chat early, I'll put that comment in there that they need to hit the X where chat is, hit the like button,
my
and then
God,
hit
man.
live chat again.
I have 29 in my phone. It shows 29.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it really honestly matters, Radar, about saying the person's name, considering that the name was said literally to someone from the office about the two people that were, if that's what you're talking about the two people that were there, the conservation officers. So, yeah.
But Deb is saying, I guess, that he knew this guy.
Yeah.
I guess he knew the but even if he knew him, wouldn't you think of, I don't know, I guess because he knew him, maybe. Nah, I guess another mistake.
Well,
I mean,
if you've got a relationship, maybe it was a real friendship, or maybe it was because of work and he came in there and he saw him on a regular basis. But you know, if he acted like the concerned citizen, and we still have to realize he's not guilty yet, we know nothing, so he could just be innocent. But he walks in, he says, "Oh, you know, I heard what happened yesterday, and I was out there walking the trails, and I really didn't say anything. But if you need my info, you got it, right?"
Yeah.
And
but
gave a
you are
statement.
supposed to check anything, and I mean, especially a male. You know, I mean, maybe I don't know, maybe because I'm always suspicious about it. But I mean, think about it. Usually killers like to insert themselves in crimes, and maybe he's not thinking it that way because obviously he's not like that. But you would think that they would check everybody just to check.
Yeah.
Well, and anybody with 2 brain cells, they could see. I mean, hello.
I think the problem. Yeah, I think the problem is in the beginning you had FBI, state police, Delphi police, and the sheriff. You had 4 agencies on site. And if conservation officer is now a 5th agency, and he walks in and says, "Yeah, you know, a buddy of mine was out there yesterday. He didn't know anything. Here you go," and he gives them the info. It gets thrown in the folder that says, "Oh, we've looked at him already." So we don't know why that happened, but you had 5 agencies on scene.
Did he know him? Do we know that or no?
I've never heard of. I want to stop just to ask something here, because I literally have not heard this of any other creator myself.
Yeah.
So Ali from Unsolved Crimes Uncovered says, "Sunny, some of us are asked by Ali to remove our content, as was my situation. I had to change my YouTube content, privatizing the intuitive videos to adhere. It hit me hard." I personally have never heard of this whatsoever from any other creator ever saying that. So my question to you is, Ali, is like, was this like, did you have legitimately the credentials? And I don't know, because I'm not going to, you know what I mean? I've just never heard of it. Have you guys ever heard? Is anyone in chat?
Well, you know, like I've mentioned to you, Sonny, there's been several content creators during this investigation that have either shut their channel down or paused their Facebook page and never turned it back on. And I've always wondered if it was because of something that they put out right before that. And then in your situation, you're not in the United States, so I can't see them having any ability to tell you to do that. But it might have been
in the United States. Ali is in the U.S.
Is she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Sonny's not. That's what I'm saying. Sonny said she's never heard it. So, I mean, it might be just
of anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, and no one's contacted you, but it could be because it's a local thing only. I don't know.
Wow.
It just seems strange to me. I mean, Ali would know for sure, obviously, but
what kind of information did she have? I mean,
well, she says, "Hey, you know what, Ali? Unsolved crimes more."
You know, another thing to consider is it might not be the content creator. It could be somebody in the comments that they're looking at.
Said something.
Oh, probably because she had findings. Maybe it what to do with I remember she was doing a lot of data. So maybe maybe she hid something and they were like, we don't want people knowing that.
Yeah.
Kind of like.
Well, you know what? The only thing that's ever going through my head, and I know Ali's wise, is I'm thinking, because there's all those trolls out there pretending, some different than put up phishing sites and they pretend that it's the actual site. So that's the only thing that's even going through my head, is like just because I've never heard of it, but I know.
I wouldn't be surprised somebody in this case had a phishing tip line, it was a fake site, so they were getting all the tips. Dang, yeah, you never know. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that would be.
Ali, 1 second. Ali, send me a quick email. On if you want, I'll just quickly drop you the link because I'd really just like to hear this, unless you don't want to, of course. But I'm just it's one of those intriguing things to me, because like there's tons of people like Psychic Sleuth that has used names, in hers. So, so I don't think she's ever been asked to take anything down. So I'm just curious. Case I was asked not to report on was the case I was asked not to not. So it wasn't Delphi.
But still, I mean, she probably hit on something that they didn't like, or they didn't want people knowing.
Maybe. Maybe if there's a close hit to home, I just but I'm not trusting of people when it comes to phishing sites and fakes and there that try to make it seem like it's legit. And so, but not to say that doesn't happen, obviously. I just and I thought she was talking about Delphi, but yeah. So I mean, hey, if they do reach out and say that, because my thing to me was this too. I was just like, people are like, you don't know this, or you shouldn't be saying that, and I'm like, well, let me say this: if LE and that really cared what I was putting out, or any other creator, they would let us know. If they felt it was detrimental and to the case, they would let us know. They would reach out, because you know what I mean. So.
Oh man,
that's my thing, that they would reach out. I would assume that, if something was detrimental, they would reach out to somebody and say, hey, look, we don't really want this out there. So could you? So I could see that happening. But that's why when people trust, but meaning as doing Delphi and stuff, people are like, so, you should, like you're jeopardizing the case and you're doing this and you're doing that. Really? Well, I think I'll leave that in the hands of LE and FBI, because I've contacted them. So if they really wanted me not to put stuff out there, they would let me know, like they would reach out if it was really that important, like anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If they were worrying about hurting the case, they would silence that one ex-FBI agent. I'm not going to say her name, but they would silence her immediately, because I think that's going to be a big issue with the case.
Oh yeah.
No, the Ron Logan one, the one that was
I mean, talk about bringing up reasonable doubt every time you open your mouth.
Yeah, and that's that's what I was thinking. I was actually talking to a friend of mine, and we were talking about that, and I was saying, you know what, that's gonna, because the defense is probably gonna be using that and say, hey, this is an FBI agent, and there's also the oh my God, what's his name, the Jensen, the PI.
Yeah, but he doesn't have anywhere near the
he doesn't have the
that,
same weight, the weight that she does, but yeah.
But that's like, all right, you're presenting it to the jury if this winds up being a jury trial and not a judge trial. And the first comment is going to be, well, this is a special investigator for the FBI who had personal involvement here, and this is what they say happened. And that is the strongest statement you can make to anybody in a jury box.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. That trial is going to be a circus when it hits.
It's
going to be crazy. Yeah,
I'm almost wondering if it's not going to be a jury trial, because I'm finding it.
You don't
this
think
is
so?
Going to be a very. It might be special circumstances and have to go in front of a judge.
Or maybe they're going to move it out of Delphi. Maybe.
I don't think so. I think that there's too much involved here for it to. I mean, it probably will, but I'm having doubts. I'm thinking
there has been other cases that have been that big. Look at Casey Anthony.
Yeah, but that was a little bit different. You didn't have 500 people in the United States all being blamed for that crime with ties to it, and what you've got here. I'm just not seeing a partial jury being an easy thing to put together. Not that it can't happen, but I see jury issues. I see appeals coming from the jury. I see mistrial motions being filed. It's scary, because there's so much in this case that's complicated and involves so many possible issues that finding a jury is going to be a very hard thing to put together that you can actually trust a verdict from. It's just the way I feel.
Yeah, I mean, I am dying to see what route is the defense going to take. I just want to know, what's their position? What is going to be the strategy? What is it that they're thinking? How are they going to go about defending him?
Yeah.
Did you hear the rumor saying that they might play insanity? And what do you think about that?
My thoughts on that are, if that's the case, it's being instructed by the lawyers and not by him. And then that could be a reason to file an appeal later. And then he could say, look, I had 2 lawyers that the state gave me telling me that this is what I had to do. And this is not what I was saying. I pled not guilty in the beginning. I just see another hook for another out.
So kind of like covering them.
Do you think, though, like I was saying earlier, that why would anyone plead insanity if they were innocent? You wouldn't. You would just.
Well, no, it's another. Here's my hook on that, because the way they're wording this, and like that clip you played again, which backs up what I said early on, if he was just a secondary player or he was not the person responsible for the actual deaths, I could see him using that insanity defense as to what happened, because he's going to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, and then if he did get put away for a while after the murders and he is connected and he did serve some time in a facility for that, that backs up the insanity defense, because he checked himself in and they kept him. They don't keep you unless they find an issue. So that could have been a stair step to get to this point.
Now, CD this morning was talking about that, and he said that happened in 2015 because he speaks with someone that's close to
he said that was before.
Okay, that's an even stronger defense if he takes the insanity plea, if he was put in back then. You know, look, I was treated before the murders. I don't know what happened. I have an issue. It's documented.
Damn. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts. Dang.
Lots of twists.
Any route you go here is going to be nuts. Yeah, we know that. Any route they take here is going to be nuts anyway.
Yeah.
So what they do traditionally, if like a case is this rabid, do they put all jurors like in a hotel room or something like that?
Oh yeah, they should sequester them.
Yeah, it'll be if they put a jury together, it'll be a sequestered jury for sure. I don't see them.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, like all the leaks and stuff.
I mean, I am shocked, like the Johnny Depp. I am pretty shocked that they didn't sequester them, that they allowed them to go home every day.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
well, you know, there's so much media involved, and that's why I worry about this case. It's not the fact that you've got leaks and you've got news out there. This is a whole new twist where you've got social media that's broadcasting like reporters constantly. And I could see that being the hook for this being a reason why it needs to be a non-jury or a grand jury type trial or something like along those lines, or a judge-only verdict.
Well, I mean, if it takes I mean, I don't know. Maybe it will be easier to, because reasonable doubt is, I guess, is more. It's easier, I guess, to prove.
Yeah, and like in that clip, which is what I thought earlier too, the charges that they picked are a lot harder to prove than just murder. So, and once again, that Doug Carter interview again that just happened, he keeps bringing up how complicated this case is and so much involved with it. It's not like anything they've ever seen. So there's a lot we're missing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I'm just going by those words myself that keep getting repeated to us. Yeah. But like I said, so, it just boils down to the same thing. I'll keep saying over and over again. The 22nd is coming upon us, and we're all going to be sitting there, you know what I mean?
9 a.m., right?
I'm sure those people that have to work are going to be like booking days off right now.
Yeah.
Because with the expectation.
I know. I even had something to do, and I was like, no. I'm like, I can't. I'm like, I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah, you're gonna be ready to go live and stuff like that. Because like we're gonna be sitting there going, okay.
I know. My husband said, "Oh, I think we're going that day. We're going on a trip." And I'm like, no. I'm like, we'll go on Wednesday. I'm like, I can't move on Tuesday.
Because we're all gonna be.
We're all gonna be watching.
Like seriously, I mean, we didn't follow this case for that long to miss a day like like there's certain days, and the press conference that they had was one of those days, and like I said, we struggled through that because someone was kind enough to do whatever, so I had to go to Adam's channel, but we made it. Made it. That was on Halloween, and so like this day as well coming up to the 22nd or whatever. Either way, just it's a day that's of great importance. If they do unleash that affidavit, it's going to be a crazy day of reading, wanting the unredacted version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll give the reward to the first person that has the unredacted version.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be redacted somewhat, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
It will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be probably I think that there's gonna be a lot of information in there, a lot with redactions for sure, because they're not gonna want you to probably know certain things. But I think, like Doug Carter says, we're gonna know, a lot, once it is unsealed,
Yeah.
So that's what I'm waiting for. I mean, like I said, no point in putting the horse or the cart before the horse in a sense there. So, I'll just keep staring at my pictures and crime scene and taking a look at Richard Allen's, stuff each day just for the sake of it, and just biding my time here, like everyone. It's not too far away. I mean, that's going to come close upon us because that falls on Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday. Insanity. Yeah.
I can't wait.
I know, like it's getting closer now, and now that it's getting now I'm going, hey, another day gone, another day bites the dust, and another day's gone, and another day's gone. I just want that's just for Abby and Libby. Like that's I know there's going to be a lot more to this, but I just want.
And I'm truly hoping that they answer most of the questions that we have, and they're not going to be like, no. It's just it's just going to be basically one thing and just how they got him, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot in that document that explains what people want to know, and everyone that's why everyone that doesn't understand it wants it to stay sealed, because it's not what they think it is.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that it gives us enough reason as to how they got onto him, and that it wasn't through a complete other set of circumstances, and that way it doesn't give us the information that helps.
And I want to know what was in those bags, that Macy's bag. What did he have in that bag?
Yeah.
Or in the box.
Or in the box. And Louis, what do you think about? So, do you think Kegan is connected, or no? You think he's?
That there's a whole bunch of different ways to look at that. The one theory I have that might make a little bit of sense and puts pieces together is this. Let's say that they corresponded online, and they didn't really have a friendship, and the connection of him looking for the gas station, which is by Richard's house, was to meet because they wanted him to do whatever he was doing, and the plan was to get whatever was done on tape and take it to Vegas and sell it. So if that hypothesis works out, there could be 100% connection, and they might not have ever known each other beforehand, other than from typing on a screen.
Does that make sense to you at all, Alex?
Yeah, what sucked about a lot of the Kegan Kline, it's not like you're an idiot if you think it might be related. It's like, he texted them near when they were, what happened, and obviously he was like talking to other people that didn't care about the safety of children. The problem with the whole Kline realm of Delphi is, like, I would say over 50% of those people think that Tony is bridge guy or was bridge guy, and that is where I was like, I can't keep doing this, because like it just it really like left a bad taste in my mouth, where I'm like, if I'm being honest,
be honest,
a lot of like Tony isn't a perfect person or whatever, but it seemed like a lot of it was like bitter, like just bitterness for personal stuff, or like I would say like bitter woman stuff versus against Tony.
Oh, he's a psychopath too, but he might not be
I'm not
killer
saying,
type.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying like abuse is cool or anything like that. Obviously, all that stuff's horrible. I just felt like people were wanting to lynch him for the wrong reasons versus what he had actually done. They were trying to go past the threshold and add stuff that he didn't actually do. So that is where, like, that is when I saw that stuff, I'm like, yeah, I got to, I think it was always, it was always smarter, whether it was Ron Logan or you know, Tony and Kegan, especially Kegan, to be like, they're more likely like knew who did it or somebody associated with them than just them themselves, you know, because that is where it got into like real dicey territory where I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling this right now, you know. But
I wonder if he can actually sue them. I mean, he can actually sue those people that basically kept saying things about him.
I know, but yeah, I'm sure he'll take his pick of the litter when the time comes, if
sure
he
too.
even wants that. Yeah, but it's like there was so many people, so it's like it's crazy, you know. But yeah, he's not. I'm not saying he's a stand-up guy. Obviously, he's
no, he's not.
Yeah, he's done some horrible things, but yeah, it's just like I don't like trying to fit jigsaw pieces where they don't fit, you know, that like out of passion.
You're fair. I mean, you give it to whoever it is.
He never really fit to me, to TK. Like I never knew where he fit to the puzzle.
Too sophisticated. This thing was too sophisticated for him.
Yeah, for sure.
I never felt it's like with Tony Kline, I never really felt involvement so much. I don't know. Again, if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. But I just never really felt that I knew where to place him. It's just like Ron Logan to me. It's like I couldn't exclude or include. I'm kind of like TK. I had nothing to say that he was part of it, you know, but yet I couldn't exclude just because of his background. But yet I don't know where those little puzzle pieces exactly fit or if they even do fit at all.
Yeah.
But I always just felt like I was always very reserved about talking about TK because I just didn't know where he fit. He didn't make sense to me if he was involved in the whole, you know, TK, KK on the bridge and, you know, stuff.
Yeah, it was so saturated, like right before the murders. I was like, obviously, if there's so much attention and saturation on this and the case isn't solved, like obviously this isn't quite it, or it wasn't it at all, you know. And you know, I've gone back in the Reddit on Delphi and looked at people were like the same way about Daniel Nations and whatever flavor of the day suspect there was at the time. And you know, you think like if Delphi had been solved like at the end of 2017 or whenever the Daniel Nations thing happened, I think it would be a similar thing still going on. Like people would be like or even Chadwell would be like, oh, he's probably part of it, blah blah blah. It'd be the same thing, I think. So yeah, you know, for now, if I'm proven like wrong on that, and it's like they did have something to do with it, then you know, then that's that. I'll eat my words, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I think it is a safer bet not to go, you know, so hard on Tony and Kegan right now. I think their stock went way down as POIs, obviously, or even being associated once Alan got arrested. So yeah, that's my.
But I mean, also think about it. I mean, didn't Kegan also search DNA in a body and the victims of Sandy Hook and everything? Yeah. Why would you do that on that day? And he didn't. Supposedly, nobody knew there were murder.
Yeah.
So why would he even do that? So
yeah, I don't know the full circumstances behind that, if that was an affidavit or if it was like a rumor or whatever. So, you know, if it happened, it happened. But I don't know. He has lied a lot and stuff. So
he's a liar.
Yeah.
I feel like the actions of what he has done, so I don't feel like the stock on him has gone down. Maybe like TK, I don't know. But I don't myself feel like the stock on him has gone down because there's just too many things. There's just too many things that you overlook. You can't overlook the fact that her phone got wiped a week before, that the ski mask incident, the talking to the Libby's phone, the request for her friendship, the the whole the girlfriend or whatever, you know, talking to Kegan Kline, which is Anthony shots, obviously, and then the ski mask incident happens or whatever. And then, even though that's really strange, but I mean, a lot of it's just strange. But I just feel like with the whole Wabash shirts came, and then next thing you know, an arrest comes. You know, I just think that there's still a lot more stock in the Kegan Kline top. And then we just literally saw something from Wish TV putting out that the police source says that there's a connection between Delphi and the Wabash River search.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hold strong on that one myself still. And if it doesn't come to fruition, then it doesn't, But
yeah, like my point is too, even if I'm wrong on that, there's so many eyes on that in that area over there. It's like I'd rather search in a different realm of even if I am looking for stuff, I'd rather look elsewhere than where there's so many eyes already, because that's been like combed through like crazy. So yeah,
I agree. I didn't I did my time. Like I was always trying to find a connection. Like once Kegan Kline came out, like where is this connection? And the only connection I could kept going to, really was either it was up the Garrett Kurtz line or the Palladino line. That just seemed like out of any of the information I personally had, that just seemed like the way. But there was no direct line. But it's really hard when you're, just using the little information you have. Everyone's on each other's friends lists, which like just crazy ridiculous. The names, like I'll probably never forget half of these names in my entire life that I see all the time.
Yeah.
I'll never forget seeing Harley Babcock's name ever. I mean, like I don't care how bad of a girl she is, good. She's a bad girl.
But it's also such a small town too that I think like it's so, I wouldn't be surprised even if you find some people connected to this guy, to what's his name, Rich.
He just feels like someone plucked him out of the sky, planted him down, and where the hell did you come from? Like that's how I feel about Richard Allen. Like out of everything that Garrett Kurtz said, Chris Mathis said, out of everything that Nick Edwards said, out of anything that was ever said between three different people talking about it, it just seems so highly unlikely to me that three people are going to toss out names such as Palladino, because Palladinos, we all know what they are capable of doing, so it just seems unrealistic to me that these people are making up this story and that would include themselves or want to even remotely attach themselves to Delphi, drugs or no drugs. Why would three people separately want to do this and go, hey, you know what? Like, let's sit here behind our jail cell and, independently say all these things. And I mean,
but I mean, they're getting attention, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's
talk about Delphi. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I get it. Nick Edwards didn't need attention. He didn't need attention. Now, Chris Mathis, who seems like the most, I'll say, honorable, loosely
normal of them,
yeah, like he was just like, yeah, like sure, like hey, I wish he would talk about, like Garrett Kurtz gets away with everything, and he just rapidly his head's just going up and down like crazy now. I mean, I'm sure because he knows behind the scenes that Garrett Kurtz has gotten away with a lot of shit. Regardless, but so this is what I'll be curious, like what all plays out. Will this play out into the complex stuff? Will this play out into all these people that are part of drugs, money, sex,
and would there be a connection? I mean, and are we going to hear about that connection too?
Yeah, it's like you don't know what direction it's going to go in. Human trafficking, if it's separate from CSAM, if it's CSAM with or without Kegan, if it's a drug revenge thing, and if it's like drugs and human trafficking, drugs without human trafficking.
I personally would be very surprised if Kegan is not involved. I mean, I would be very, very surprised if he's not involved somewhere, somehow.
I'm not sure how it works, Chris.
I don't know how he would fit, but I think he
yeah, exactly. That's the part that's why I'm like off the boat. I'm off the bandwagon. With that.
I mean, I don't know the connection. Obviously, I think that he would fit in the connection of the CSCA and all that. I think that's how he fits. But how he knows him is the thing that I don't know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm going to say if there was a connection there, it was through one of the apps online.
Yeah, there's so many. It was like they were using like Yugo, like all these crappy European apps or whatever, like as a mask, like another form of VPN. It's like police will never look here because they don't even know about it. That's
I think it was a closer connection, either Kick or Meet Me. I think those two. Yeah, Kick is probably one of the worst when it comes to grooming and actually getting kids set up for stuff like that. That's a horrible place with those chat rooms.
It's still going.
But I think that would be the easiest way, because that was an app that came on a lot of phones back then without you having to download it.
Really? What was the name of the app?
Kik.
K-I-K.
K-I-K.
Yeah.
It was a preloaded app on a lot of phones like 8 to 10 years ago. And it has unsecured chat rooms on there for any subject you could possibly imagine. And they do, mods run the rooms, and they've got their own rules, and there's different things that they allow for people to stay in the room or not. And they're very well grounded on keeping out people that they don't want in that are good people. They're very well designed for keeping in the bad people and protecting them. And that came up on Kegan's phone, and I think that was probably the local app connection, because that was a local type app with a lot of Indiana-based chat rooms for stuff you don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
What I noticed a lot is that Meet Me on everyone that I was searching for. It was the Meet Me. Like even people that you didn't think were on Meet Me were on Meet Me. And I was just, that's why that always caught my eye, was the Meet Me.
There's more than one suggested POI from back in 17 that, is an older man that was one of the ads that pops up on Google when you search for Meet Me, as being a member on there. It just odd stuff, people that are in that town that tie together that shouldn't tie together.
But there's no connection basically between Richard Allen and Kegan. And
no, I found a connection to other CSAM people, but not Kegan as of now. But that's the thing; it could exist, and I wouldn't know. I'll be in the dark just like everybody else.
What about the wife going to school with the mother, Kegan's mother, or Tony's? No, that doesn't.
Yeah, I've heard about that and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, so many things you hear.
Yeah, all those local connections, like I got to take it all with a grain of salt, because it's like, it is small town.
I mean, the age is kind of matched, because I mean, isn't it Tony around that age?
Yeah, it would make sense for there to be. That's the thing too. It's like people are like, oh, they lived on the same street or a street away from each other, or they went to the same this or that, but it's like, well, then where is the pictures of them together or anything like?
Yeah, I think that was with Cody Patty. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I never hear a story of and hanging out with Tony or Kegan or whatever. So it's like, then it has to be online. It's like, then if it's online, it's some like,
where
either deleted account or alt name that we've never seen yet. And I mean, obviously that's why people ask me like, what have you found? What have you found? Because they're basically wondering about that too. And it's like,
but question for you. I mean, because I asked my husband, but he never really gives me an answer. So when you wipe something, right? Like you have a cell phone, I wipe it, but it was in an app. Can you still retrieve it or no?
It would be like Celebrate, somebody running Celebrate, perhaps. I think so, actually. Yeah. It depends how you wipe it too. There are programs, usually you have to have a computer to like wipe it extra good, but
what about like a factory reset?
Just that, I think on all devices, I think you would still have your data on there. That's why when they say to like throw out, before you throw out a computer that you've paid for stuff on or had sensitive info on, you like wipe the hard drive, right? They help you to like use BleachBit to make sure you do like a secure wipe on it so nobody could go in the dumpster and get it. So, I've heard of similar concepts for phones and stuff. Like you have to use the computer to do like a secure wipe even after the fact. So that way, people can't do the same thing. So,
let me ask you another question now that I have you, because what about if you broke a phone? You broke the phone, the screen is broken, everything is broken, but there's pictures inside. Can you retrieve those pictures?
Yeah, if the hard drive is still good and not broken, then it's possible. Definitely. They just take it out and put it in another, connector or device that can read it. And it doesn't matter if the screen's broken or whatever. But
with that, think about like when if you break the screen of your phone, you bring it in to get fixed. They're just changing the screen or the whole case and the internal screen on there. even if you damage the connector where it plugs in, a good repair shop can retrieve that for you without too much trouble. You know, it just depends on what the damage is, but
yeah, true. Because some computer hard drives, I know they're bigger and stuff. They could, as long as the platters aren't like destroyed, they could. A lot of times they could repair them and read them.
Thank you. That was a personal question. I have a picture in a cell phone, but it's the same thing. It's broken, and where I connected is broken. But I need that picture.
What kind of phone is it?
Yeah,
it's a BlackBerry.
Yeah, you should be good, even if it's a BlackBerry. Like there'll be some sort of.
So
yeah, I don't know if you can take a BlackBerry and plug it into her computer at home and pull it that way. She might have to take that somewhere.
Yeah, you have to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
BlackBerry's a little bit different.
Ends on those things, they would go bad. Like a lot of the older phones too. They would bend inside the port, and then you'd be screwed basically. Especially if it was not on an SD card and it was on the
the hard drive that's on the phone itself, the memory.
I mean, I know somebody that does forensics and they can retrieve it, but that's like a pain in the butt, and it's like really. And I have to basically know whenever he's free, and he's never free, and I'm like, I need it. So it's a pain in the butt.
Or online, like that BlackBerry model, like how to take it apart and move the hard drive, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Reader, you know. Yeah, I would look up like, that type of hard drive, find out what type of hard drive it has, or type in like BlackBerry hard drive reader or phone hard drive reader, and like ask the seller or whoever made it, like if it could read that type of hard drive, you know, and it might work. Yeah, you know.
Appreciate
Go ahead.
Do you still have the cable to link that BlackBerry up?
Yeah, I have it, but I think the connector is broken.
Yeah, on the phone itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's common on those ports.
Yeah. I mean, I used to love my BlackBerry, so I'm like so heartbroken that they finally disappeared.
Yeah, remember the other issue with BlackBerry with the little balls, they would get clogged.
The trackball,
grease and stuff, and then you would have to repair it, like order new ones and replace it.
The Pearl, that was the famous Pearl,
Yeah,
but they were so secure. I remember those were so secure, especially and that's when I used to work. I mean, you can get any messages, like any crime pictures, anything, because it was so secure.
Yeah.
But nowadays, you know, you couldn't do that. You have to go onto a server.
Alex, just quickly, you don't believe that Evansdale is attached to Delphi now, is that correct?
I did at one time, but not anymore.
You did at one time.
Because I've seen some coincidences in other murders where it was like same rumored MO or whatever. I would have to, you know, by the time I'm able to make like a good guess on that, everybody else will too, you know, when everything's unsealed, if it's connected or not, you know. But the thing with Evansdale is I don't think that cause of death has been released either or any of that.
There's rumors too.
Really knows, you know. But I've heard of some shady stuff going on there. So, you know, I've helped with that case. You know, Matt Sullivan, knowing Drew. I got sent some stuff and whatever, but that case is like similar to Delphi, and there's like a lot of shady people around it, you know, drugs or you know, CSAM type.
Yeah, but
people.
I don't think they're connected. But I think I was reading somewhere, because I've been investigating about that one too. And there are some people that actually have a somebody that they might think that he was probably the one who did it. And ironically, it connects that somebody saw him on that day driving by.
Yeah. Well, actually twice on that day.
Yeah, twice on that day. Yeah, exactly. So you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And then the other connection to who found them.
That guy Sketch Central. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
So I am pretty sure it was him.
Yeah, he knows something, because it's like, how do you go from saying God told me where the bodies are to my coworker told me, and then I won't say who my coworker is. It's like, that's red flags up the butt, dude. Like, I wouldn't even open my mouth. Like, that's crazy. But you never know. Like, we've had that type of stuff in Delphi where people say crazy stuff like that. Like, I know who did it, or my friend said this, and it turned out to be complete gibberish. So, but you know, in this case, it's more serious because he actually did find the bodies.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And the bikes.
And the
yeah,
bike.
yeah, that guy. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that guy.
And he was seen also too, so I think he's
Yeah.
yeah.
Those two different people are connected too, which is why it's kind of an odd coincidence. One's seen twice that day and finds the bikes, and then the other one finds the bodies.
Mhm.
That yeah, it's
I was jacked up. Yeah,
very sketchy.
Yeah.
I might move over there. It depends. Yeah, that Idaho stuff is pretty crazy too. That happened. I don't know. I haven't read the full details on it because
I'm mute.
Yeah, when I first, I thought it was like Elliot Rogers type situation, and then it turns out to be like a serial killer situation.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I might look into that, but yeah, it depends, man. But yeah,
I still have you ever looked at Zion, Illinois?
No.
I think that they've got somebody in jail now for it that they said had a DNA match. But this is the second person they've put in jail for it. The first person was one of the dads. They convicted him and then had to let him out because he had nothing to do with it. And then they were forced to get a conviction. But same thing, 2 young girls found near a trail by abandoned tracks. And it was a few years before, and it was tied up with Mother's Day. So real weird coincidences with that. And I think that the person that's in there now for it was railroaded. He was going to jail for something else, and the MO on his other crimes did not match what happened with these. And they did release some information with these 2 girls. Like the person took an X-Acto knife and made certain cuts in the eyelids and like with surgical accuracy. And it doesn't match up with the guy that they put away. His MO is completely different, rough and violent. But very weird stuff with that. And I think that ties into the Evansdale case.
Yeah.
Wait, Alex, 1 sec. I've been trying to say this and I realized I was on mute, but Blue Pearl Girl says, "You are a hero with a super brain, Alex."
Oh, thank you.
Working for the power of good.
So, like, where I'm good at is if I see somebody online that's trying to be anonymous, I like most of the time can find them, right? When it comes to like theories and speculation and conjecture, my track record is very spotty. Like that is not my expertise or any of that. So where it shines, but where, you know, sometimes that factors into when I go hunting people, like it helps a little bit, but when it comes to overall like arcs of like how a case plays out or what it might be connected to, that is not my strong suit, even though I do try to make I am trying to get better at that, you know. But yeah, when it comes to unmasking like anonymous people, I'm like really good at that. But yeah, that is why like if Richard Allen had posted something and I had known about it, like when I first read the 4chan, I didn't even I was just like scrolling through it. I completely missed it, you know, and that was when I first came into Delphi. But if I had taken a second look at it, I probably would have.
And that was 2020, right? That he posted it in there, or somebody posted in there.
Yeah, I would have had some plans to get to him for sure, even if he posted on 4chan. But yeah, in terms like finding somebody that's just like there's like no digital trace of. I've done that before with a homeless guy in San Diego or whatever, but yeah, Rich guy was a lot more difficult, obviously, but yeah, it's crazy.
I just want to straighten something out because Zendaya, you're talking about Bloomington, but Alex, I mean, there's a different Richard M. Allen that lived in Bloomington, and it wasn't the Richard Allen that we speak of. Did you guys ever know if he actually lived there as well? I've never seen it in my searches to find that he lived in Bloomington besides the different Richard Allen that was 44 years old. Richard M. Allen, same initials. 44. Did you guys ever come across Bloomington for him, or is that just false, basically?
I don't know. You know, I saw a lot of his P.O. boxes. I'm sure everybody else saw, but, you know, I don't know the reason for that, you know. Yeah, people had those theories like that he was moving CSAM phones through the P.O. boxes or something like that, but I don't know. But it seemed like yeah, that's the majority of what I saw. I don't remember Bloomington on there. It might have been on there, but
I mean, I know that one of the PO boxes was with his wife, so I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
so like
so
very
I
unlikely it was like a hub for.
Yeah, so I doubt he would have done anything in that one.
Yeah,
So.
sure.
Yeah, it's just that. I mean, unfortunately, Dick Allen there has a common name, both first and last name, so it's very easy to have all these Richard Allens. It's not like he has these weird names. But in saying that, like I said, I looked on a few different searches, and Bloomington did not come up. Greenwood came up, Mexico, Indiana, yeah, Delphi, obviously, and what his parents or something about that owning the home, in Peru there, PO boxes, whatever. But I didn't say anything for ever Bloomington myself. But I just because I know people not. I just said Greenland, Greenville, So I just want to make sure people aren't getting confused, because there are different Richard Allens, and like I said, you guys know I pay for the service to search people, and plus I don't just use that. I also use the free people search as well. I use multiple things to kind of
search. You do have to double verify, because a lot of them grab junk info, and yeah. I've seen way too many people get excited over junk info, and I'm like, yeah, that's not the dude. That's not Richard Allen. Yeah, so I've seen that quite a bit, but yeah, it's always good. You always got to like double verify and triple verify stuff sometimes, because or else you end up like turning in the wrong info or something like that, But
Alex, Lisa says I'm gonna sub with Lisa says, Alex, Sunny will sub your channel for any shirtless hacking you might care to do. I'm sure Jasmine wouldn't approve.
No, she wouldn't approve. But I had, I released that Resident Evil mod. It was like my face scanned into Resident Evil 2. This is like a couple years back, and I saw people had like taken my head and like played around with my face scan, and it was like a naked body, and I was like,
oh Lord.
Reddit for it, when I posted it on the Resident Evil Reddit, everybody's like, oh, do a naked mod, blah blah blah. But
it's your girlfriend, the jealous type?
Yeah, she's not so bad, but yeah, she's crazy. That chick's crazy, but yeah, I like her too. But
I was gonna say, just your cup of tea, right?
Yeah. I'm happy with her, but I get jealous too. I'm not gonna lie. I've like scared off a couple dudes, like doing crazy stuff. Yeah, that
really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I say this? And I refuse to be jealous. I've always refused to be jealous, because if I have to be investigator in every freaking relationship, like for instance, I think to myself, like, okay, I mean, I met my husband playing online and game and stuff like that, but my thing has always been this: I don't have time to waste that energy on being jealous of anything. If somebody's gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat, and if I find out, your ass is gonna be to the curb, and I'll never talk to you again anyway. Type of thing. So I just refuse to waste my energy in that. I talk to guys all the time. My husband does not care. Just like he can talk to females if he wants. I do not care, because at the end of the day, like I said, I'm strong enough myself to understand that you are out of control if somebody does that to you. You can only control what you do and how you act, but you can't control somebody else. So I just refuse to waste my energy personally on being jealous of stuff like that. For me, I'm just saying for me, guys. Okay, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but it's just I just learned that lesson. Like, I'll give you my trust. The minute you break it is the minute that you're going to be out the darn door.
What about RuneScape? Does RuneScape ever get bad?
Say it again.
RuneScape, the game, does it ever get bad? Because I haven't played it, if I'm being honest. I know a bunch of people have played it. Does it get bad with like people flirting and stuff like
all
that?
The time? Heck, I would flirt. We were allowed to. Like that was
there's nothing wrong. I mean, it depends. I mean, when you call you can be friendly with somebody, obviously, without crossing a line and being disrespectful.
No, flirt. Because that our relationship was based around trust. So we could flirt with whoever. Like I would have my little boyfriends and stuff through RuneScape. And my ex, this is like my ex-husband, by the way. There's a dog outside. But anyways, so yeah, so there was a full-blown thing. We agreed, like, because we were in the same household, they're playing right behind each other. Yeah. But you could sit there and flirt all day long, as long as the rule was, as long as you didn't bring it close to home, meaning you couldn't be sitting there talking with somebody freaking online that's literally right around the corner from where you live or within that same vicinity.
I know, but sometimes you can develop those emotional affairs too, and sometimes it's worse than the
well, that's the thing, right? Again, I'm not there to worry about that stuff. Me and my ex-husband had a strong enough relationship that we trusted each other. I know who I am as a person, so I know I'm fully trustworthy, so I'm not, so I could only trust that he was just as what I felt. Like my husband now, I don't even worry about him for a second. He was cheated on by his girlfriend back before I met him. Don't forget, you guys, my husband's 32 from England, and God, I love my man. Okay, but anyways, seriously, because like I have high morals and standards when it comes to stuff like that. Boys, what you doing?
I don't have patience for that jealousy. I mean, thank God my husband has never, we've been together for 25 years. I mean, I met him when I was 18. So
didn't tell you about our affair, Alexza? He didn't when he was in No? He didn't tell you about our affair? Our Canadian affair? No, just
oh, please.
No. Go on.
He is harmless. I mean, that man is, oh God, he's too good to me. Don't tell him that, but
same with mine.
I make it sound that I'm too good for him. But no, he is. We've been together for 25 years, and no, thank God, I've never been jealous of him, and he has never. We trust each other, and I think trust is the key word. And I always said to him, the minute we break that trust, that's it. So,
So I hope we've cured you. That's what we're here to do. We're not only are we sleuths, but
before me and her were official. Since we've been official, she's been like really good, no issues. But
official, I love that. I love the new generation.
There was like a dude. He was like really aggressive, trying to get with her, and I had catfished him with like a fake account. It only took 5 minutes. I got his phone number, got his real name, got everything, and I posted it on a fake STD registry site, right? And it was like a picture. He was like in a car crash, so it was a picture of him in the hospital, and I put him on a STD site, and it's a fake one, right? You can put anybody there, and then I showed it to her, and then she sent it to him, knowing it was fake or whatever, and this idiot, he goes, what? That should be illegal. How do they know? Blah blah blah. Like he totally like spilled the beans that he had STDs or whatever.
He outed himself, huh?
Oh my God.
He gave up himself, and I've never seen anything like it. And then she was like, just the fact that I like mentally dominated him or something. She liked that or whatever. So, that was like it was stuff like that. But it was great.
Wait, Alex, remind me, you're 31 or 2?
Yeah, 31.
31. I see. What not a bad. You don't look that. I would put you in your 20s still, to be honest with you.
Yeah, like 28.
Yeah, even 26, 27. Yeah, I'd probably.
When is your birthday?
August 25th, 1991.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, 1 year after my boy. No, wait, not my boy. My boy's 97. My niece and my nephew are 90. Okay, so yeah. And they just turned 32. So yeah. All right, shoot, we're getting old, people. Just one day you're gonna be sitting there going, "Hey, Alex, can you come on alive?" But you're, I'll be 80. I always sometimes in my head I'm like, I'm 21 years older than my husband. Even though I don't think we really look that much of a difference. Like I think that there's definitely that difference, but it's not. Especially with my husband when he has his beard going, like there's not. If you were to take that off, people would be like, "Is that your son?" That always made me laugh so hard when people, like, especially when Dr. Dream said that. And is this your? And I just waited for him to say it, and then he goes, "Son," and I was like, "Oh, son, could you just sit down here and wait for mommy?" And then I was just totally playing with the doctor, and because I like doing stuff like that. But anyways, and then I'm like, or he could be my husband. But this doctor dream was, oh my God. So I can literally, if I was with my first ex, I could never say something like that and get away with it. I'd get the shit beaten out of me if I ever tried saying that stuff. But with my ex or with my husband now, I could literally just joke around because it's just joking around to me. You know, I'm not being disrespectful. Maybe some people think it's being disrespectful. I don't. If you have the same thoughts and the same way you work, you know, I mean, because we would be walking down the road and my husband would go, nice, like not my husband now, my old one. He'd go, nice rack on that chick. And I was like, oh, you noticed that too, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but do you know what I mean? And you could just sit there and joke about it and it was fine. So that's what I need. Like, that's why my husband, especially now, because I need just to be able to joke around and know that it's joking around and that there's nothing serious about it, you know, whereas before I was told what I could wear, how my hair should be, how this should be,
no.
you know,
Oh
and you just
God, no. I would have killed. Oh my God, no. I would have been a murderer right now.
You know, the thing was, the thing with me though was I was 16 years old when I left home. And I literally got on a bus and I headed to Calgary to be with Dion, the abusive one, for 11 years. I knew I was in an abusive relationship, but when you're young and you're learning, you just think that you know it's wrong, but you think, well, but I love you. Why are you treating me like this? Yeah. And so it's one of those things is that I was too stubborn to go back home. I would just, you know, plus, you know, like Dion was the first time I ever did anything sort of like acid or mushrooms or anything. And, you know, like that stuff. But anyways, he was like that rebel, really good looking guy that I was like, ooh, you know, that rebel. He was the rebel. I was the good girl. He was the rebel. And I was just like, oh, bad boy. Ooh. But, you know, he was a bad boy. But anyways, biggest learning experience of my life. Taught me what I didn't want to put up with and what I was willing to take. So that's why I said, so when people want to sit here and judge me if I'm too strong and too this and that, well, like I said, you know, get smacked around a lot and get people telling you what to do with your life. After a while, you got no time or day for people telling you what to do and stuff like that because you've been there, done that. And it's like, no, thank you. I'll take care of my own life. I don't need somebody else to run it for me. You know,
has a game addiction.
Say that again.
Video game addiction. Have you ever been with anybody that has a video game addiction?
Yes, myself.
Yeah. To me, that's like far more damaging to a relationship than even
we both know
a lot of the other addictions. But yeah, like even though I make games and stuff, I don't really the last game I played was Final Fantasy 14. That was like a couple months ago. I don't really play them at all because I'm not a fan of them. Like a lot of the older ones I really like, but a lot of the newer stuff is it just doesn't catch my eye. But yeah, most dudes today, they are like heavily addicted to video games. Like bad, it's bad. Yeah.
Well, like me and my ex, for instance, both played RuneScape. Like me, my ex, and my son. So let me put it this way: it was a relationship that we were just best friends. We played together, you know, we were always around each other besides when we were working, and we enjoyed that. I enjoyed it. So there was never a point. Well, no, I can't say that. That's not true. During the time that the divorce was going on and I was getting depressed, and I realized I was getting depressed because I just didn't understand why the marriage was going and taking a shit, basically. And I couldn't control his thoughts. His thoughts were so negative about life, money, all this stuff, and I couldn't control that. But I went into a depression, so I just went back to playing RuneScape. And I literally ended up meeting this guy named Aaron, who was about 20-something years old. And I felt like I could fix this dude. I could tell he was messed up beyond belief. And I was like, well, I can't fix my son who's sitting in the room that wants to sit in the room. Hey, mom, every now and again. Ex-husband was off in his world being miserable. And so I was just like, oh, I can fix this person. He's mentally unstable.
Oh, no.
Sure. And you know what? He was the biggest narcissistic, freaking whatever, however many syndromes this guy had. He had so many. I couldn't even, I tried to figure it all out. But meaning, so that's probably the only time that I would say that I was like, you know, I'm a really great mom. And even on my shittiest day, I was still better than my ex-husband's best day. But I thought I just needed some time to myself because he was doing his thing. So that's the only time that I kind of let the computer overtake me, because it was avoiding reality of what was going on. And I couldn't fix that, but I could fix somebody else, you know? And so I just kind of sought my solace in, trying to fix this guy that I didn't realize I couldn't fix because he was too messed up. But I tell you, it taught me a lot about all these different disorders. Not that I remember them all, but it sure taught me a lot about how people work and stuff like that. Or meaning, I didn't know all these disorders existed at that point. I had no clue up until from gaming and realizing, whoa, I would always say to myself, is there anybody out there that's just normal? Just normal, right, Lou? Just normal.
There's no more normal these days.
Yeah, take a guess where I met Jasmine. Take a wild guess.
RuneScape.
No, LinkedIn. I found her LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, really?
Yeah, I'm like the only person I know to date or get a girlfriend off LinkedIn. That's crazy. That was on accident, but
smart platform to look.
Yeah, LinkedIn is a good site. It's a good one. I recommend it. It's better than a cold case. It's a shout out to Leaker for that one. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, you know what? We've all been talking. Lewis, go ahead. You've been married for 20-something years too?
No, not that long.
17, right?
We've been together for 18 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Dang.
And you have kids, right, Louis? How many kids do you have?
We've got one. I've got a daughter that just turned 17.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. And he was eating chicken noodle soup today that his wife made him.
No noodles.
No,
just chicken.
Chicken, carrots, celery.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Like a little stewy broth thing, but yeah. But anyway, so yeah, so I mean, we're all in depth. Were you ever a gamer?
No.
Well, that's the end of that conversation.
Man.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But a long time ago, I used to always be on like ICQ and stuff.
ICQ.
Oh, I used to love ICQ.
ICQ. It stands for ICQ. It took me years before somebody said what ICQ meant, and it was I seek you.
Yeah.
Like ICQ.
Mm-hmm.
And I never forget that.
They had so many different chat boards and stuff like that, and
mm-hmm.
that was the time of the BBB, the bulletin boards, not what they've got now.
Yeah.
That dates us. All three of us are dating ourselves now.
Well, ICQ was the first message that I personally remember, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Alex, or you guys, tell me, which was the first? I was just thinking this the other day. What was the first messenger? Because I remember, and this was back when it was like I was with my ex from when I was 26 to 30, 47. And but anyways, I only remember ICQ. I don't remember before that. Where does Alex keep going to? Did he hit the wrong button?
Well, you would also remember Yahoo Messenger.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but that came after, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh my God!
What happened?
It got all garbled up or something. It was like Sonny's voice was playing in a chipmunk voice, and I'm like, what?
Somebody's hacking.
I know. I heard her say, she was like, Floop is a madman. Help us, save us. It was all like fast forward. I was like, man.
That's why I kept jumping out earlier too. I had to just change devices because I couldn't get any volume. It was ridiculous. It was coming back really fast and low.
Yeah.
Not only saying, does anybody remember AOL?
Oh yeah, yes. AOL.
Wait,
yeah.
I still have it.
I still want to know though. I remember ICQ and I remember AOL, but that was after I think ICQ.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
ICQ was before AOL chat, but AOL came out before ICQ did. Yeah. AOL as a service was earlier than ICQ, but AOL chat didn't come out till later, and then you had Yahoo Messenger.
Yeah, everybody was on MSN, Yahoo, even Skype.
I never.
Yeah.
I hated Yahoo.
Skype came later.
Yeah.
Like, because I just remember Chat. I remember AOL, and I remember, like you said, MSN. I never went to Yahoo for some reason. That name drove me crazy. Yahoo, you know. And so, but yeah, so that's what I remember. And then I just remember being in chats after that for a long time as well. But it was always MSN, and my Hotmail must be like 30 years old.
Now I'm gonna go before ICQ. Do you remember it was before ICQ? Well, I don't know if you had it in Canada, but in the United States, and this is when I was in high school, and so I'd be like 15, 16, you would call an 800 number on your phone, and it would be a chat service where you would just be a whole bunch of people in a room on the phone chatting.
Chat line, party line. Yep.
Party line. But yeah, it was weird. You'd call up and then you'd hit the number that matched up with the topic that you wanted to talk about, and there were actually chat rooms for whatever topic you picked. It was weird, but yeah.
Louis, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49.
49. Okay.
Oh, way older than me.
I don't remember that.
That's crazy.
You don't remember that?
No, I'm 42, but I don't remember that.
Well, you probably missed it by a few years. Because I said, I remember when I had to be like 14, 15, 16. You know, it was always, take the phone, the cordless phone, go outside with it. And that way you didn't wake people up at night.
Did you guys ever send telegrams like Western Union or anything like that?
Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, that'd be rough.
Only by horse.
Yeah.
And also my phone back in Europe used to be, like the rotary phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
No way.
Yes.
Yeah, I know a lot of people still have like old voicemails, like the little cassettes for the voicemails. Like I know a lot of people keep them because that's like the last voice recording they have of like a loved one who passed.
You know what? Thank you for saying that, Alex, because that's exactly it. Like my mom, even though I know that wasn't long ago, but it's the voice recording is like the last thing that my twin sister has of my mom on the phone was that that message and stuff like that. So exactly what you said there. I'm glad you
gotta digitize those. Yeah, work on digitizing those as soon as possible for sure.
Yeah.
Because, now, Alex is probably too young to remember this, but he would have probably done it if he was older. Do you remember hacking the payphones?
Yeah, phone.
Yes, phone freaking.
That's what Steve Jobs. Yeah, Steve Jobs was a hacker doing that stuff before he got big. Yeah.
I used to be able to make free phone calls with a paperclip. It was weird.
Yeah, that's sick. Those days, like Kevin Mitnick and all that. Yeah, it was so sick.
Do you remember? No, you guys won't, but Alex probably won't, but Alex, you probably will only because of you like old stuff. But do you remember? I remember when my mom and dad, stepdad first got the first console TV that with a remote to it, and the thing was like freaking.
Oh my god! Yes, it used to be like that with a wire. Remember?
Yeah.
I just remember this big freaking ass thing, and you're sitting there going,
yes, and there was like 3 buttons.
Oh man.
And it was like big, and you have to it
was like,
yeah.
And
oh my god!
I remember using freaking tinfoil to get free satellite. Funny ear things going off the TV, freaking tinfoil all the way down on the carpet. But you got your free satellite.
Look at these. I got the fishbowl TVs.
Oh, look at Alexa.
Yeah. They're old school.
Yeah.
They got a friggin' huge curve on them, But
Alex does like some old stuff. He has some really cool stuff that he was showing me the other day. And it's just like you got your little Buddha thing and you got your tape recorder. Yeah.
I sold a piece a few months ago that you probably would have liked. It was a 1956 lie detector in the aluminum case. It was an FBI training unit.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, kind of a neat piece. Not very many out there, but yeah, I got it from the state. The daughter, she was old, but her dad was a Indianapolis-based FBI field trainer. So he'd go to the FBI office and teach him how to use the units.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat piece.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of a kind. It was made by a Japanese circuit bending artist called Casio. He sold me a couple cool stuff, but he still makes stuff on YouTube. You could get stuff from him, but let me see.
Oh wow.
It's not good for much, but I like it.
It was playing Bad Boys, couldn't you guys tell?
Yeah.
That's another clue.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I thought that was so funny. Thank you, subscriber. That was so funny. You're playing that, and all of a sudden, Bad Boy starts playing, and I was like, "Yeah, see his little machine there. It's like a little time machine, rocking to the 50s, 60s, 80s, and all above on there." Yeah. Anyways, you guys, I do need to get going here because my husband, he said he's going to stop doing his live at 11 o'clock because he is a gamer.
Oh yeah.
You know,
yeah,
which,
do it.
Yeah.
Turn it up.
You know, my husband's releases.
Hey, it's 4 hours. Yes.
Yeah, you made it.
We did not
Exactly.
because I was sure that this thing was about to end after Figgy got off there. And then I was like, oh, Alex is probably going to go too. And then I was like, oh, there's just going to be me and Lex, and I'll force, to talk for a little bit longer. But
I think, Alex, this is your first time 4 hours too.
Yeah, I love it. Beautiful.
Well, Alex, do me a favor, and I'm going to call you out right on national YouTube here. You save yourself for me for the 22nd. Save yourself.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll probably be there. But yeah, I'll bring this bad boy with me. You know?
Yeah. 22nd. That's the day of hopefully that the thing opens up, and then we can all talk about it and see.
Yeah.
but anyways, let's go through thanking everyone, of course, for being here tonight, and thank you to everyone that joined in the live. Fig, Alex, and Lewis. I'm not sure who Lewis is still, but he just joined us. And Alexza and Jason Slagle was on, retired Ali. And so let's just do final thoughts. Yeah, if there is any. Let's do final thoughts.
Final thought.
Yeah. Doesn't even have to be about Delphi. It could just be a
Can't wait until the 22nd.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like wait and see. That's the summary for everything.
Yeah.
Well, my final thoughts are I keep going back to Doug Carter's statements and how complicated they keep saying this is, and that keeps being brought up. So I'm really curious as to what this unseen before complicated scenario is.
And if it in any way involves any of my whole lineage of thinking, I want all you guys to come back, and you say sorry for attacking me. No,
You'll have a long list of people.
Yeah, I know, right? It's definitely been a ride. I'll tell you that much. Good thing I'm thick-skinned. You know, I mean, I have my days, but I'm pretty thick-skinned. All around, you know, like I said, I have those down days where you get, why is everyone shitting on me? You know, and then
who cares?
I'm kind of one of those ones that if I do cry or if I do sulk about something, I'll wake up the next day and be like, nobody's controlling what I'm doing. I wake up each time more of a fighter each and every time, you know, and then I get back on my pony. You know, and then, you know, it's grown into a horse sometimes. But anyway, I get back on my pony and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Nobody's stopping me, man. I'm fighting for the girls. No one's going to bring me down. Get out of my way, coming through, you know. But that's the most hopeful thing in my heart is what's going on here is that the girls will receive the justice. Like that's the most impactful feeling that goes on in my heart. I don't care if it's not KG, if it's not nothing to do with Garrett Kurtz, whatever. Just Abby and Libby, at the end of the day, I'll take my life learning lessons from this whole experience and just be grateful, of course, for everyone that I've met along the way. Like, not to say I'm going anywhere because I plan on at least, regardless, looking into some other cases, but not to the extent of this one. Not quite, but more bringing awareness and trying to reach out to more families that want to put a voice to, like, for instance, I just want to tell you something. So there was this news thing for, was it Fox 59 News, the title on it said something about Richard Allen, blah, blah, blah. So I click on it, and it had nothing to do with Richard Allen. It was about this Angela person that was murdered back 6 years ago, 6 years ago. And she was murdered. Basically went to a, drinking night or whatever. And they're still trying to find justice. Now, I sent Twitter, through Twitter, I sent Fox a private thing saying, hey, you guys might want to adjust your freaking title here because it says Richard from the Delphi case, and yet you guys are showing a completely different case, and you don't want, that just kind of came up like mistake, but it would be disrespectful if I didn't at least, say something, or somebody didn't say something. So I wanted them to fix it as soon as possible, because here this mom and this dad are opening up about this, this case in Indianapolis there, where the daughter, like I said, got shot and burned. And they're saying the exact same thing that Becky says, or Mike Patty. Somebody knows something. Somebody say something. Somebody knows, So it's stuff like that. So I did reach out, and I don't know that the dad has seen my message, but I reached out to the dad because he's the one that I came across first, because I saw his name come up. And I'm just reaching out saying, hey, because the reason they went to the news, or the Fox 59 or whatever. Was it Fox 59 or Wish? Not, I think. No, it was Fox. And so anyway, it's because nobody's being a voice for them anymore, and they just want answers. So I'm like, hey, can be a voice for you, if it helps bringing awareness back to your daughter's case again. That's a beautiful thing to happen, because these people are sad because it's not in the news. Like I said, they're just trying to revive their own daughter's story from a few years ago, because somebody must know. So there's nothing more rewarding than that. I'm going to bring myself to tears. Okay.
I saw that today, that same thing, when I clicked on the link and it went to that other story. I think they took down the story that the original link was for, because that same story headline was taken down on 2 other spots too. So I think they took down the link to that and it replaced it with that one that you saw, because I saw that same one today when I was looking.
Mm-hmm. Radar, thanks again for coming on the live the other day, by the way. But yeah, so when I seen them fix it, they still had the story with them in the morning, and then they left the title, but then they reintroduced the Richard one with the proper clip, the Angela story with the proper clip, and it was the case, and it's from Indiana here, and it was Mike Runnels was the father's name, and Barbara Runnels, Runnels, was the mother's name. And so I'm sitting here, my heart's breaking, because I'm thinking I'm clicking on for Delphi, then I hear about this other sad case, so probably won't ever dig in like I've done with Delphi for sure. But I just really find it so rewarding that, we as human beings can help other people. And whether it's a small thing, even if it's a thumbs up, you guys, on a channel, that is helping with the algorithm to bring it to the forefront, so that the videos get noticed and that more people are aware. That's my goal. How many people can you reach, so that somebody's story can get out there further? And the more your channel grows, the more you're capable of reaching a wider audience. Nothing wrong with that. Right? Right.
Yeah. 100%. Yep.
Okay. Well, you guys, thank you guys so much for joining. We'll just pretend like Fig was the star of the show.
He was.
Yeah.
No, I love all you guys, all equally. Well, Lewis, 51%, I think.
That was good. That was a good one.
Yeah, Adam. Who's Adam? Enjoy your vacation, dude.
Yeah, enjoy. Let him disconnect a little bit.
Yeah,
let his hair down, Bruce.
Okay. At least I'm just glad that me and Alex are PST time, and still it's only 11:15. Basically, we missed 11:11, Alex.
Yeah.
Because I was too busy talking, Alex. Okay. Have a good night, you guys. Take care. Please
have a good night, everyone. Thank you.
All subscribers as well. Okay, go. You guys go. But tomorrow night, don't forget, Angela Thomas, 6:30 PST, 9:30 EST. So Angela Thomas tomorrow night. Kelly will be joining as well in that live. And other than that, please come and join us again. So Angela's a world-renowned psychic medium. She had been on Paranormal Zone TV, and her link for Paranormal Zone TV and her Facebook and her website is in the description of this video. So you guys can go check her out ahead of time if you want. If you've already seen her, then you know she's just a straight-up kind of person, talker, you know. And don't forget Psychic Sleuth. She also. That's the one you can go over to her channel. Psychic Sleuth was on here last week, and as well, what was it again? Aligning with Allie? No,
with
not
Kay. Wasn't
with Kay.
aligning with Kay.
Yeah. I dropped it earlier, but anyways, that's another good one to watch if you guys want to get prepared for tomorrow. Okay, guys. Okay, see you, Grizz. See you, Ivy. See you, Radar.
Night, everybody. Stay safe.
Yeah. Bye, Verticals. Yeah. Bye, Allie.
Yeah.
Cat Bills. See you guys. You guys have a great night. Take care, Lisa.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Thank
Good
you.
night. Bye-bye.
All right. And broadcast.